drip, 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 drip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence.
Bring me water, bring me fire, reignite my senses. Give me something to look for. I know I'll make the distance then. Watch me take it over. I know I'll have the power then. Daylight's breaking, pouring over. Swallows the night whole again. Shine your light, and I by your side through the night. Fight with me through the shadows. Let me burn down until rise. Light your life. Breathe me inside, breathe me out. I know I'll be stronger. Bring me and I can be your everything if you stay. Please just say you're mine. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. Ooh, I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, and I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. I need you. I need you. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something.
You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. It goes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. My body, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. My body, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao. We're such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao.
This jungle I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This strong we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is to say. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running, running, we'll be running. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running. Running, running, we'll be running, running. Running, running, we'll be running, I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is to say. To say.
promise it just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa.
Welcome, guys, to the Southeast Asia National Finals of Auto Chess. I'm Excelter PH, and with me is Mikopi. How are you, Mikopi? Are you excited with this tournament, man?
I am very excited. We have 32 players who have just qualified from a grueling qualifier tournament last week, and we have a new patch, new strategies. How about you? How are you?
Yeah, I'm excited too because there's a new season of Auto Chess, and that's when we are really starting this national finals. I wonder if the meta is going to change, Mikopi. What do you think about it?
This is gonna be a proving ground, and of course, our players will be the pioneers of new strategies that will be coming out, and I'm very excited to see them all. Very excited.
Yes, and we're also excited to see which players are going to be present here on the group stages. Group A, B, C, and D. There's a lot of players going to be playing, and as you said, there's going to be how many players? Mikopi, 32 players. That's right.
32 players. Yep.
And these 32 players come from different countries all over Southeast Asia, and of course, they're going to move on to the other portion, which is the regionals, if they win this portion. Okay, so let's show the players right now. So for Group A, we have Omegalul, it's Agen, Smatty 2.0, Dudus, J3P, Nemo, STZK, and Moose. For Group B, can you say it? Miko, Mikopi.
Of course. Going into Group B, we have a very strong roster. Coming in, it is MSG Royg, Kaizen, Mitch, MSG Dope, Super XXX, X.G, MSG Mewtwo, and of course MSG CDYI.
And going into Group C, we also have 8 players. MF, Xzeal, MSG Shin, MSG Lycan, Cyril, Peregrinesis, Leora Sunny, and MSG Jian. Let's see what Group D holds.
Of course,
Nico.
for our final group of the day, we will have Lamy, OKR Dao, Jace, SQZM11, Renren, I Autumn, OKR Mimo, and of course Option.
Wow, such a lot of players right now over at those group stages, and as we have seen, a lot of players are really familiar within the auto chess tournament scene, and of course we have to see them in action on how they adjust to the new meta. Okay, let's go to the brackets right now. So of
Okay,
course we're
going
going to have
into-
Group
yep.
A. Let's go, Miko.
Okay, so we will have a double elimination format wherein the winners of Group A and B will be proceeding to the winner's side of the bracket, and of course, the bottom four still have their chance on the loser side of the bracket. However, it will be a lot more grueling, and they still have to win a lot more matches. Of
And
course, all of
that's
this
going
will
to be
lead to to Group M,
yeah,
and that will be
yes.
our grand finals. But of course,
And
only 6 players will be able to make it and qualify for the regional finals.
yes, and as we have said, this is going to be played by the matches for the round of 32. There's going to be best of 3, quarterfinals, best of 3 again, semifinals, best of 4, and the grand finals will have a best of 7. That's going to be a grueling finals. Mikopi, what are the point distributions per match?
For our first place, there will be 9 points, putting him at a very uh, sizable lead. Because second place is 7 points, third place is 6 points, fourth place, of course, gets 5 points, fifth gets 3 points, sixth gets 2 points, the seventh placer gets 1 point, and of course, the eighth place has to climb out because they will have 0 points.
Wow, and that's actually a good breakdown of the points. And now we're going to the regional prize pool. This is different from the national prize pool, but overall, this is what the players are fighting for. The champion gets 6,000 US dollars. For the second place, it gets $4,000. Third place, $1,800. Fourth place, $1,000. Fifth to eighth gets $400. Ninth to 16th gets $300. 17th to 32nd gets $200. A sizable amount for each of the players. Oh man, this is going to get good, Miko and Mikopi. And what do you think? Is this going to be really exciting? And also, it's going to be kind of a bit random because some of the players are just going to feel out what is the good or the best synergy to get that grand prize.
That is
So
very true,
let's go.
Excelsior. Yep.
Yeah. And let's go. Let's discuss the matches for today. Today we have. Can you explain to us, Mikopi, what's going to happen for today?
Of course, for today's matches, there will be an off-air match, and of course the on-air match, which Excelsior and I will be casting. So Group A and Group B will be happening now, 6 p.m. And of course, Group C and Group D will be going on at 9 p.m.
Yes, that's what's going to happen. And when we say on the on the group stages, they're going to add the points. So if you haven't played the Autojets tournaments yet, you have to have a good placing, as what Mikopi said a while ago. It's going to depend on what your position is on the match, and for each match, they're going to add the points to the next match and the next match. So the total number of matches will be accumulated, and they will compute which ones will be on top and which ones will be on the bottom. So this is going to be again really exciting. What are the new pieces that we are expecting to be used now, Mikopi?
Okay, so with the new patch, there are two new pieces. We have the Spider Queen, and of course the Thorn Predator. And it is very exciting because these units are new and we have yet to see how effective they are when it comes to competitive play.
And I think we're now seeing Smatty 2.0. Ayan, Megalol. There you go. We're going straight on to the match, Mikopi, as we can see right here. Usually, a lot of players don't have a set synergy right off the bat. What turn do you think will be the concretized synergy, Mikopi?
Okay, so the normal turns that a player will be able to commit, like somewhere in the early mid-game stages of the match, that would be around round 10 going forward. But of course, if if RNG happens to fall their way, they will be able to commit very early on to certain synergies depending on which pieces fall. And oftentimes these synergies comes in the form of the Mech Goblin.
And
Other
as we can
synergies that
see
they
here,
can go early game. Oh yeah, sorry.
yeah,
Go ahead.
we can see here Omega Lul is already using one of the Heaven Bombers. I think I saw a while ago it was Dudus who got a level 2 Skybreaker really early on. And that's actually really a good advantage because one of the pieces that we are seeing or that can be really, really helpful would be a level 2 Skybreaker. And also here, a level 2 Marine
The
Warrior.
Abyssal Guard level.
Abyssal
Abyssal
Guard,
Guard
right?
is level 2. At level 2 this early in the game, yes, one of the stronger units. Its corrosion ability
Yep.
makes it able to break through most of the tougher units that are present. And
Yes.
it could also be a sign that you may want to commit to a warrior synergy. But as we can see
Yes.
as from what we've seen from the other players, I think some of them are committing also to warrior as well, which might be a big problem.
Yes. And as we can see right now, Agent is going for a kind of soft hunter build, and we can see Dudus already donning that level 2 Skybreaker. That's going to be a huge advantage with that special skill, right? It deals stun and it also deals damage, right, Mikopi?
That is true. Battery assault, especially from a level 2 Skybreaker this early in the game, can wreck a lot of the opposing board. As we can see, MSG Agent doing quick work of all the hunters, and you saw that Red Axe Chief. It didn't even stand a chance to the Skybreaker. That's how great battery assault is in the early game, and this is why
And
a lot of people, or rather, a lot of players gravitate towards picking the Skybreaker.
Yes, that's right. And as you can see, Nemo is going for a different route, going into a... Ooh, wow! The warrior synergy is already activated with a Tusk champion, Red Axe Chief, and Abyssal Guard, and of course a Dwarven Sniper for Nemo. Moose is going for the Goblin mech build. And we're seeing Moose right now.
Of course, the Goblin mech build still one of the stronger synergies going into the new patch. If you recall Excelsior in the previous patch, it has mostly been a Goblin meta. We see a lot of players trying to contest the Goblin synergy simply because of the late game Venomancer
Yes.
carry. It has been supposedly nerfed in the recent patch,
You
but
can't get
we have
caught
yet to
if
see
you
how
leave no
nerfed he really is.
witnesses.
Because from the few games that I have played the new patch, he's still very much viable, and I think that's what Moose is going for.
And as we can see, that the nerf that Mikope is talking about, the attack rate has been decreased from to 0.7 instead of 0.6 instead of 0.55 and 0.5 instead of 0.4. So it's a bit slower now. But let's see if that's going to affect the decisions of the players into not going full on Mech Goblin.
We are still seeing a number of pieces here and there on the board, but one thing's for sure: at least a couple of our players are going into the warrior composition. By the way, Excelsior, I have heard
Yes.
that the warrior 9 warrior has gotten a very good buff, and yeah, have you heard
Oh.
about it?
Yes. Is it the 20 armor for all allied warriors? That's right.
Yes, and not
Or-
only that, they now start to reflect damage. So
Oh,
so there is a
wow.
so there is now a very good reason to go full on warrior. Before, the 9 warrior build is more of a fringe build, like as a counter to other carry oriented or carry reliant builds. But this
Yes.
time around, just by simply being tough and having the 20 armor, each warrior can actually deal a lot of damage by themselves, simply by reflecting
they're-
back the damage that's done to them.
And the reflection of the pure damage equals to the value of the recipient's armor. So, how does that work? Would that be the armor of the other player, or would it be the armor of the warrior? I think it would be the armor of the warrior, right?
Yes, I think it's the armor of the warrior. And speaking of warriors, the
Synergy.
new patches also. Yeah.
Nature
Oh yeah.
will always
Oh,
protect
there are
us.
things of synergies here. Yeah, still some goblins at the top. Dudus, of course, and Jep. Yeah, still at the top with 100 HP each. So they have a lot of breathing space going around. So yeah, Dudus with a goblin and druid that is super tough, super effective.
And we're
And
seeing.
I just like to
Okay.
what they call this note about Dudus. He
Yes.
is one of the players who I consider a comeback king because when I saw their record, his record from
Yeah.
last week's qualifier, he had a not so good game one. However, he totally ran it back in game two and was able to qualify for this tournament today. So yeah, I'm excited to see some of that comeback energy again.
And we are seeing the synergies from the comeback king Dudus, and there's going to be other synergies. Goblin mech, Goblin druid for Dudus. Moose is going Goblin Kira. Nemo is going for Beast Warrior Dwarf Hunter. Gers is for J3P. And let's see how they're going to go. We're looking now at Moose.
That's true. We are seeing a very even spread on certain strategies, but that only means that some strategies are underrepresented. I haven't seen anyone going for mage, but maybe it's just because of the early stages of the round. However, I also haven't seen anyone committing to assassins, and assassins is one of those synergies that has received a buff. There's now a 9 assassin composition, or rather buff, wherein
Yeah.
their opening attack is a guaranteed 400% damage. However, it seems like none of the players seem to be not wanting to take advantage of that this game.
Can we see the synergies right now? And okay, right now.
Okay, so
as you
yeah,
said, there you
that
go.
was my mistake. Yeah, there's Agent. He's starting to build his assassins now. They're already at level 1. So yeah, I'm looking forward to how that will affect this game, considering that he's the sole player who is picking assassins so far.
That's right. That's right. And of course, if he's the only one who's getting assassins, I've seen a while ago that I think Agent was already carrying a level 2 abyssal crawler, and now we've all fallen to an abyssal crawler once or twice in your own career. And if that is left unchecked, that can be really, really dangerous.
That is too real because the Abyssal Crawler is one of the best carries in the game. A lot has happened and it has changed throughout the patches, but that one fact remains the same. If you load it up with all of the ideal carry items, it will carry the game for you in turn.
And we can see here, this is Dudus with the partial druid and goblin synergy. It's still working for him. 7 win streaks. Oh man, that when you say win streak, Miko, what do you gain for those players who haven't seen or haven't played auto chess as much?
Okay. So in auto chess, not only are you worried about your composition, you're also worried about your economy as well. When you're on a win streak, however, you are getting additional gold that you can that you can either save up to gain more interest, or use to reroll and spend on more use.
That's right. And as we can see right
Actually,
here, when,
yeah, win streak
yeah.
is having a win streak is very very much valuable, and in fact, it is the cornerstone of some player strategies. Some players will spend all of their gold just to ensure that they have a win streak.
That's right. That's right. And also on the other end, Pikopi, there's also a losing streak bonus, right? Just so you can get to come back with buying pieces that will be needed for your synergies. And we are seeing the synergies right now. I'm not seeing a lot of knights and assassins. So that would be a good synergy to bring up now, right, Mikopi?
That is true, Excelsior, and this is because the units in auto chess, they are not unlimited, and maybe you could expound more on how they're limited and how players are fighting for them.
Yes, to explain how limited the pieces are, when you see someone playing a synergy, that means that players also has a number of pieces that you may need. So since they are limited, there's lesser chance for you to get the pieces that you need over the next rerolls. But if no one is fighting for that specific piece, you will most likely get duplicates of that piece that you need if no one is playing that synergy on the game. That's why it's important to see what synergies are working right now, and you can adjust and get those specific pieces to complete your synergy while not fighting with the other people who are fighting for the same synergy. And that gives you the advantage.
Time to go green.
That is very much true. So it is very important for players who want to go into high level play to keep scouting the board and their opponents, and not just planning on their own unit composition, because you will want to see what your opponent is playing, and of course you may want to avoid having the same synergy with another player because you will be fighting for pieces.
Yes, and that's right. And we can see here a one-on-one between Moose and J3P. Oh, Kira and the Heaven Bomber survive that melee right there. And I have seen Kira get the Kira synergy get taken out during the first seasons of Auto Chess, right, Mikopi? And it just came back over the last I think 2 seasons or 1 season. And but a lot of the pieces are getting rotated out, and we see Ogre Magi getting back into the game.
Yep. And it came, and how do I say this? It really came back with a bang. And I also have to note that since we're looking at Moose right now, look at that beautiful early mid game level 2 Venomancer. Moose is now really sure. We can be absolutely sure that Moose is now committing to a Goblin strike, to the Goblin synergy, Goblin Max synergy all in, simply because of that. So it's just a matter of being able to equip, since he has the carry now. It's just a matter of being able to equip it with the right item so that it'll be able to carry the game for him.
And Mikopi, let's note that it's not just the Venomancer that we can focus on right now.
4 o'clock?
We can see that he was actually benching a wizard synergy just in case it shows up and decreases the requirements to complete a good synergy for the goblin strategy. So we're looking at Dudus right now, which is at 84, top 2 right now on the match, making quick work of Nemo. Oh my gosh, that's so fast.
That chemical
Less than
enrage ability
50
from the Venomancer really softens up everyone. That's armor reduction right there. And when you
That's
consider
right.
that all of the other units are, are softies, all of the
Yes.
other units
I
just
have a
simply make
bad
quick work of
feeling
them.
about this.
And we are now looking at the synergies yet again. There's still an assassin for Agent, but he's still at the lower part of the match, 39. The Knight is going to go with between Smatty 2.0 and Omega Lul, so they're both fighting for it. So they're actually getting the level 2 pieces on the board. I mean, they're going to finish it really quick, right, Mikopi?
That is true. However, I am feeling very bad for the Night Synergy right now, simply because both players are at a low health total. And the Night Synergy, it does pick up, it does get a power spike somewhere in the mid game, but you have to complete the pieces first. And given their current life totals, they are faced with some very tough decisions. It's either they reroll hard and then sacrifice their economy in order to stabilize their life total, or they might want to risk it and hold on a little longer. But remember, this is a 3-game series, so just thinking about that kind of decision and how it will affect your overall ranking is really, I don't want to be in their shoes right now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And because when you see yourself at the 37 health, that's around 4 rounds of losses, or at the worst, 3 rounds of losses. Really, really bad losses, and that's going to be really, really bad for you. We're looking now at the different battlefields of this is Omega Lul versus Agent, and we're seeing the Gersis Knight Glacier build. I think it's working for him right now. It's working, and he's going to remove the insectoid pieces and druid pieces
But I
of
played
Agent.
better.
That is a very good sign. And yeah, Agent recovering from his life deficit. We can see that the Night Synergy is already kicking in. He has those level 2 units.
About drawing agate.
But yeah, looking ahead at the other players, Goblin still up top. Moose and Dudas showing everyone that, well, the new patch means, okay, you get new units, but we will stick to what we know best. And what we know best is that Venomancer is king. And
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right. That's
speaking of
right.
which, Excelsior, you have mentioned about the Wizard Synergy earlier.
Yeah,
And this is just my opinion, but it might be the hidden gem of these recent patches. Notice how most of the builds that are coming out now, most of the strategies coming out now, rely on having what they call this. They rely on having a wizard synergy within them.
that's right.
Also, Dream
Yeah,
Touch is
that's
very
right.
powerful.
And as you have noticed, this is because some of the completion synergies, for example, as we said a while ago, the 9 warrior synergy, that's not easy to complete. I've seen also a mage synergy being completed with a wizard synergy, and it really, really helps. And you can see Dudus already completing the level 2 goblin synergy right there. Man, plus 15 armor and regeneration. Really, really good.
That's right. So we get, as you've mentioned before, Dudus has now completed the Goblin synergy. So the 6 Goblin synergy is very important for that build, simply because it makes all of
Another
your
win?
units very tough. That means they will tank the front line a lot more and give the Venomancer a lot more time to swing around and just do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you know, guys, why we are kind of focusing on that kind of goblin synergy. Why? Because it's powerful. And it used to be hard to attain because you don't get many Devastator pieces on the board or on the rolls. And before, it used to be a really, really huge gamble to start going into the Goblin Synergy. But now, it looks like a really, really viable option. As we have seen from Season 5, it was really, really good. And it still works early into Season 6.
That is true. And as you were saying that, I'm just having a fun time watching this Goblin War going on.
that.
Look at those
Look at that.
Venomancer
Oh,
go.
man.
Meanwhile, on the other
I'm
side of the
seeing
board,
it was a 6 versus 1, and that Venomancer was being surrounded, and he's still
and you're
surviving.
still fighting up to now. Look at that.
I mean, it's going to go into the end of the battle phase because the Venomancer of Moose is more powerful than Dudus's, even though he has a Grim Touch right there. Ah,
Yep. And the reason why he got that advantage is, of course, he has the new item that is the Ice Plate Mail. So we have this new item
Yeah.
called the Ice Plate Mail. It is very tanky. It's a tanking item that comes from the new patch. What it does is that it's a combination of the Lucky Coin and the Cattle Hide armor. So you get both armor as well as an evasion rate. And not only
There you
that,
go.
it reduces the attack speed of the attacker, whoever attacks you, for 5 seconds by 15%. So in a Venomancer mirror, that is a lot.
that's really a lot. And even though you see them a bit, they're still fast. I'm not seeing a nominal difference in the attack speed. It's still really, really fast. Right, Mikopi? Look at that. I mean,
Yeah,
The
there you
clean.
go. But
Oh,
to be
man.
fair, I think I did see some slowdown. However, I think the speed of the attacks that we are seeing
Wow.
now is also helped by the items that the Venomancer is carrying.
oh,
Yeah, he's just wiping those plague wards left and
Yes.
right. That's 9 win streaks for Moose. Wow.
oh man, Moose. Let's see what the other players are building right now. Nemo is right at the bottom spot. He's at 14. Omegalol is 15. Smatty 22. Agent 29. Trey 3P 38. Dudus at 16. So our top 3 players are really far ahead of the other players. And they're really
Yep, and-
spending right now. Right, Mikopi?
That's right. That's the advantage of picking, or rather choosing a synergy that is powerful in the early game. It allows you to set up for a more comfortable mid game and late game, as opposed to the other players who kind of have to risk their early health to ensure that they have units that can match on par. And with that, we have our first victim. Omegalol is
Omegalol
out.
of
So
the
that's one of the
first game.
yep. So yeah, so that's
And
one
how
of the
many points
Philippine
is he going to get,
representatives out.
Mikopi?
Well, from
It's-
the chart that I've seen earlier, he gets 0 points.
Oh
But
my
That's the bad
gosh.
news. However, the good news, of course, is that there's always a chance to come back in the next 2 games.
Yes.
So
We
yeah,
may
can-
see a comeback king, right? Another comeback king.
yes,
or
we-
in auto
we see the
chess,
res-
in
Yep.
auto chess, the more valuable is comeback queen. That's right.
that is true. And yeah, what I see here from the scores of our players, right behind Omegalol, it's Nemo, the sole player from the sole representative from Myanmar, is also at death's door. He is at 3 health. Smarty 2.0 also at 6 health. If they lose these battles, there's a chance that both of them will go out. So the important question is in which order?
Yes. Oh wow.
Oh, and they survived!
Them-
Wow,
They survived.
That's good.
Wow.
That's a good sign. Because
So
that only means
yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry
yeah.
about it.
Go.
Okay.
Okay.
So that simply means their builds is now kicking in. So
Yeah.
they managed to stabilize right on time, and from here on out, it's more of just managing the risk versus reward of spending their economy.
That's
Fine.
right.
Yep.
And what we're seeing with the 2 lowest players, it's what we call a chop suey build. Chop suey. It's mixed synergies. Yeah. And a lot of the players usually do that, especially when they don't get the pieces that they need, because you really have to adapt to that kind of to the board and to the pieces that are given to you. That's why there are a lot of pieces that are getting benched right now. So, what do you think about the Goblin versus Goblin synergies of Moose and Dudus? I think
What?
right right now Dudus has an advantage. Is that going to be big against Moose?
Always maintain eye
Yep,
contact.
it is. Wow, he has a level 3 Skybreaker, so that's a lot of tanking power right there. However, both players also have or rather, two level 2 Venomancers. But this is what I'm excited about. How
Wow,
will
Dudus!
these players? Yeah, how will the
No,
Goblins fight
Dudus
against
is
other species?
wrecking Nemo. Oh my
Oh
gosh, Nemo
no!
is out of the game. So
Just
you
when I
can't
thought
fight
that he is
Nemo now.
stabilizing. Oh no! We
He
will
was
find him
not
next game for
stabilizing.
sure.
Yeah.
We'll find him next game, and
So
hopefully, he'll be able to come back from it. But for
yeah,
now, yes, he will be sitting at the bench and reviewing his strategies, and hopefully, he will have a better game 2 and 3. And
that's
speaking
right.
of players who are having great games, so yeah, Moose and Dudus right there at the top.
Feels like a box of chocolates.
STZK
You never know
keeping
what's
quiet,
entering
but he is going towards that warrior synergy. And from my little experience in playing the new patch, and just a few games in, 9 warrior seems to have a fighting chance against goblin builds, especially
I,
if you can get a really
yeah.
good carry from one of your warriors, maybe the berserker, maybe the swordman, because that reflect damage will hurt the goblins back.
And as we can see right here, Smatty wrecks MSG J3P. I mean, MSG J3P really has a solid synergy right there. As you have seen in Mikopi, he has completed a lot of the synergies, but it's not going to be enough. Moose,
That is true.
oh, Moose is now on a 13 win streak. My gosh, that's really a huge advantage over the other players. So, Mikopi, I think we should see Smatty continue on this match. It's going to be the last round for him, even though he has 2 level 3 pieces. What do you think, Mikopi?
It is, to be honest, I think he's still at death's door at this point. His economy is still dwindling. However, I cannot deny the power of a level 3 Hell Knight,
Oh
as well as a level 3 Feathered Knight. These are the 2 carries that you will want on your back if you have a Knight synergy. And look at them, they are
Wow.
just doing work. They are the only
Ooh.
ones remaining, and they wipe the floor of MSG Agent
J3P
with it.
is out. J3P out ahead of Smatty and Agent and STZK. And the 2 players, Moose and Dudus, sitting comfortably at 78 and 60. So far ahead with the previous season's synergy Goblin. I mean, look at them. Look at them. Look at how similar their synergies are. It's exactly the same.
That's right. And going back to J3P Excelsior, this just goes to show how high the level of competition is in this national finals. Because last week, did you know that J3P won both of his games? He got the full 18
Wow.
points, but
Wow,
he got
that's
eliminated
really good.
still
Oh,
in this round. So
this is one high level gameplay, right, Mikopi?
yeah, this is one high level gameplay. Yeah, this is one high level tournament overall.
Yeah, that's
And-
right. That's right.
And finally, Smatty also out, and Agent also out. I was hoping that
Wow.
those knights will be able to survive. Wait, it's yeah, those knights didn't
that's right.
survive.
That's Knights, right? I think at STZK, let's look at STZK going for the full warrior build. Man, level 3 warrior is the reflect damage going to help STZK. We'll see in the next round how this is going to work. Moose going, of course, all of them are going against neutral minions. So
Yes, those
what
thunder
is
hides will
important,
provide. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Mikopi, what's important about the neutral minions?
So yeah,
Mikopi.
this Thunder Hides, they will give you one of the important items that you can use to complete your level 3 item. May they be for your carry, may they be for your Dark Spirit, which I think is being fielded in order to counter those warriors. Because remember, Dark Spirit, the black hole deals percentage based damage. So it doesn't matter how high the health pool is, it will do a fixed amount of damage. But
It's going to be like it's percentage damage, right, Mikopi?
Yep,
For the Dark Spirit.
yep.
So, yep. Okay, go.
Also, this is, I guess you can call this a representation of the new the new versus the old meta from the last patch. And we see how the reflect from the warriors are dealing a lot of damage back to the goblins themselves. And look at them, they're getting surrounded, they're getting overwhelmed.
my.
That level 3 swordman really doing a lot of work
Man.
carrying. And wow, the Reaper gets
wow.
thrown into the corner where it gets
Yes,
ganged
that's
up again
right.
once more.
And that's a win for STZK.
Nothing.
Wow.
That's a win for the new
I think,
meta.
I think
but
the Dark Spirit really did his job. Even though he's already on the far right, that means he can rack up that mana to unleash the black hole. And
That is
for those
true.
of you who don't know, a black hole is important against minions who have high regen and high health. And if they have high health, it doesn't matter because it's going to be still a percentage damage, true damage for that unit or pieces on the board.
That's right, and as you were saying that not one but two black holes are going down. Still, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop Dudis' army. He has the higher life totals, the better care, I think, of the two.
Wow.
And yeah, and that's
STZK
SDK.
is out.
SDK is out.
is out.
Bye, Link game.
The hopes and
Wow.
dreams of 9 warriors getting a respectable third place this match. So that's something that I'm super excited to see. I'm sure that SCCK wanted to develop that synergy more, get it into the late game to combat the mechs. But for now, at this point in time, these two, Dudus and Moose, have found the right timing to complete their compositions and their items, and they're now having the mirror match. So
This
it will
is what
come
I've
to one of
been
two
talking about,
things.
Mikopi. Right? I've seen this a while ago. I've expected this. I was asking you, who is going to win with this kind of mirror match? So it only depends, right, on the pieces and the positioning, and this is where it's going to go down. What positioning are you going to do, and how is that going to help you in this match?
And to be honest, I totally love what Dudus is doing here. In order to gain an advantage from this match, he is actually fielding a spirit synergy.
That's right.
What is it?
And that spirit synergy will give you a chance to petrify your opponent. Let's see that. Let's see the synergies that Dudus is carrying right now. Look at that spirit synergy. We just casted a previous tournament, Mikopi, together, and we have seen this spirit synergy dominate the whole game, or rather, the whole late game.
That is true. Spirit synergy, yeah, it is very, how do you call this? It's a hard counter to any synergy that relies on base attacks or carries that rely on a lot of auto attacks to work, because essentially every attack that they do gives them a chance to be petrified and stunned, and that's what's making the difference. What's making the difference in this matchup? Do this with that great adjustment, and yeah, we see the results. Moose is on the losing end of that engagement. Dudus is now at an 11 win streak. So the question remains: how will Moose adjust to this, given the limited economy and the limited life that's remaining?
I think he's just investing on level 3 minions right now. Mikopi, I see him leveling up that assassin right there to 3 stars, and that's going to be, I'm not sure if that's going to help, right? And because the level 2 spirit synergy gives all the allies a chance to petrify the enemies on the board.
That is true, and as the icing on the cake, Dudus is the first between them to get that level 3
Explosion's the only true art
Venomancer.
form.
Moose, however, not to be outdone, is still one Venomancer away from his own level 3 from his own level 3. He is also one Dark Spirit away from level 2 Dark Spirit, something that Dudus already
Wow.
has. So in all respects, it
Can't
seems
turn
that
back the time.
Dudus is quite on the lead here. And
And
look at this. It seems
And-
like Moose
yeah.
is also fielding a spirit synergy of his own.
oh wow, as we're going to see a lot of petrifications on the board. And
So many
look at
Synergy
that!
Stone.
Look at the weapons of the Venomancer. Oh my
Look at
god!
look at the
that's
life
really
totals.
fast.
They are melting one by one.
Yeah,
Those-
melting.
You don't want to step in any tile on the field right now.
And that
Look at
level
all those
3
black-
Soul Breaker is out, so it's not really gonna help, right, Mikopi? Level 3 Soul Breaker, no.
One secret and all equivalent.
Well, you
Oh,
still have
level
to
3!
still have to believe.
I don't.
Yep, and there it is. Moose finally going toe to toe. He has the level 3. Both players having the level 3 Venomancer. One player having the level 3 Reaper. The other one has the Skybreaker, and both are fielding the Spirit synergy. So this will be a petrification fiesta. We'll see how it goes. Here we go.
Okay,
So this time it's Dudus.
and there you
The
go.
great black hole is going down. Lightning Nova is going down.
Lightning-
Twice actually. And a big explosion
bomb.
after that. And still Dudus is still ahead. But the Venomancer trying
Oh,
to fight
wow.
back. That level 3 Soul Breaker, as you've said earlier, Excelsior, doesn't seem to be doing his thing. Maybe it's the lack of items. Maybe it's something else.
I look.
But
Yeah,
maybe
this is because the
it
Soul
is just the
Breaker is
black
like
holes doing their job.
Yeah. That's right. And also, Mikopi, we can see there, even though the Devastator is level 1, it deals also a huge burst damage against all the minions on the board. But then again, we're mostly looking at the Venomancer doing a hard carry against the army of Moose. So let's see again the clash between the two. Another set of lightning.
This is
Bomb.
possibly one of the last rounds for Moose. Will he be able to survive this? It seems that Dudus is still getting the upper hand.
Yeah.
And
Yep,
with 2 level 3 units
dominating.
surviving, he will defeat Moose and get the first place. Congratulations, Dudus.
Congratulations.
What a match.
And that was, Mikopi, a mirror match between Dudus and Moose. And Moose was actually late, coming in late with that Spirit Synergy. And because he knows that Dudus is going to go with that Synergy, Dudus already got in first. And let's look at that Synergy as well. I mean, a lot of players got their level 3 pieces, except for J3P and Nemo. But then again, we have Dudus on top, Moose on second, SCZK on third, fourth is Agen, fifth is Matty, sixth is J3P, seventh is Nemo, and eighth is Omega Low. Wow. So, in cases of ties, Mikopi, what do we have to fix ties in case it happens?
So normally we look first at how many games each player has won. Then after that, it will be their win-loss ratios.
That's right. And then, I mean, what do you think about this meta, Mikopi? We have seen this meta in the previous season, and now it's carrying over to this season 6 National Southeast Asia Finals for Auto Chess. I mean,
Okay,
they are really comfortable about it, right?
that is true. And yeah, that goes for high-level play in tournaments as well. You bring to the table the strategy that you are comfortable with. And to be honest, I think this is still a win for the U meta. We see the 9 warriors rising. We see some assassin play going on, taking 3rd and 4th place respectively. But the story of the game is how fast and how secure these 2 goblin players were able to, well, secure the early and going into the mid game. They just entered those stages with safe life totals, have good economy, and thus were able to reroll for the pieces that they need. And as a testament to this, you see that both have. Okay, so as As proof of this, you see both of them actually reach level 3 Venomancers, and both still had the economy to be able to adjust to each other's place. It's just that, of course, sorry, it's just that, of course, Dudus, being just one step ahead, a little bit, was able to go into the Spirit Synergy first to counter moves.
And as we have seen in the earlier rounds, these two players already got their Skybreakers up to level 2, which gives them an advantage to go into a win streak and then spend and re-roll into the early level 2, level 3 pieces for their Goblin synergies. And we have seen them bench also the Wizard synergies to complete the Goblin synergy really, really fast. So
That's right.
the other what do you think of the other synergies that the other players built, Mikopi? Was it enough,
Okay,
or what lacked?
Yeah, for the Knights players, I think it's just a matter of being a little too late to come into build. Okay, and for the other players, yeah, it's just all about just their synergies not getting into the power spikes that they needed.
Okay. So that's right, Mikopi. And again, if you're just watching, we are here at the Southeast Asian National Finals for Auto Chess. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. We're going to go on a short 5-minute break. Just stay tuned. We'll see you later.
Don't make me look bad no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look bad no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look bad no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go. Come stars are running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place. This strong will go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue and nothing is to say. Running, we'll be running, we'll be running, we'll be running, we'll be running. I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. We'll be running.
Welcome back, guys, to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess National Finals. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. How exciting is this, Mikopi? We're going into the round 2 of the Group A matches. What do you think is going to go with the next matches, Mikopi? Aside from the Goblin mech synergy, what do you think is going to go counter that synergy, as we have seen it already being established that the first top 2 players are going to that synergy? What do you think, Mikopi? Your mic, I think your mic is off. Okay, can you turn it on a bit?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
I believe that still believe in Nine Warrior. I still believe that there are other synergies right there that will counter the mech strategy that have yet to be filtered by the other players. Is just probably the first round tournament, Nerves Excelsior. So how about you? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm still thinking of going into a mage synergy. No one is being kind of brave enough to go into that synergy, because it's it's a burst synergy, and it can really destroy that goblin mech synergy if they really go with that Tortoral and Elder really buffed up with like a minimum 6 mage synergy, right? I mean, if that happens, there's a burst of damage. There's not enough space or not enough HP for you to regen your health, and it's not
That
going
is
to
true.
work, right?
If you remember, like the week before, we have casted tournaments where, like, Mage, Rex, Max, and I want to see more of that here, especially that this high level tournament play. Let's go, guys! Come on, someone make some mages. Excelsior,
Yeah.
let's excited about this.
Someone make a full night synergy at the end.
Oh.
I mean, I want to see that. I want to see the full night synergy. Let's have these players. I think they're really going to the Goblin mech synergy because they're really ensuring that they have a top positions. Because with this kind of setup, as we have seen right here, it's a point-based system. So, do you think that's really the strategy that they're going for, Mikopi?
Okay, so this is actually where the best of 3 setting comes in, because it now adds a psychological layer depending on your results in the first round. If you're sitting pretty up top like Dudus, you might be tempted to do something riskier. And of course,
Yeah.
Excelsior, if you're in the opposite, you might want to opt for something more stable. So I think, that will affect the choices that the players make in this next round. So
That's right. That's right. So that's a good insight to me, Copy, because as you have said, Doodles might go into a more risky synergy, maybe going into Hunters, maybe trying out Insectoid. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe we're going to see still more if that's what's going to happen. If the lower score players are going to go into a safer or more meta composition, that means that it gives more space to the top level players or to the top point players to go into the other synergy that's not being being fighting over. They're being fought over by the other players, right?
That is true, Excelsior. And of course, you have to consider that these players might also have some pocket strategies that they are hiding. Remember, it's a new patch, new meta, new items. I have yet to see, I want to see rather, that teleportation dagger play. It is now back. It's now better than ever.
Oh wow!
It has an upgrade called the Flicker Staff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Excelsior. Any more thoughts about this?
So yeah, I'm thinking. I'm looking at the changes right now, and I'm still. If I was more of a canon AC player, I would go with something really more comfortable. But then I'm really sure that some of these players know the outs. If they're not going into this kind of synergy, they are probably benching another whole different synergy on the get-go. Okay, so we're going on to the game right now. This is going to be round 2 of the Southeast Asian National Finals of Auto Chess Group A. So what are we seeing here, Mikopi? I think this is Dudus and Moose. I mean, picking an early Glacier minion right there.
Of course.
And-
Yep.
Okay, go.
And if I may just add up to that, these two, the Agresys Ranger and the Frost Knight, they are some of the more flexible picks, early picks that you can choose for your initial lineup in the game because they will branch out into different strategies. Meanwhile, of course, STZK and Jep having their own ideas as well. Jep showing signs of going into an assassin synergy.
Assassin.
That second pick, Abyssal Crawler, is very tempting for him
Wow.
apparently. And Jep, of course. Yeah. We have two God of War here, which is a good sign because God of War, a very stable unit, Excelsior. Remember, if you can just get a level 2 God of War,
All I
you
need
can
is
put them
my
on
weapon,
anything,
arrow,
and you
and a
already
target.
have a makeshift tank, and then you can just spend the rest
Yeah.
of your resources to build other synergies.
That's right. And that's what's usually lacking, Mikopi. I mean, if you don't have a stable tank, you would not have someone to take all that damage that's going to be put upon you by the other players. And right now we're looking at Smatty having that red axe right there. And if you that swordsman right there, if you have a swordsman or cave clan on the front and it takes all the damage, it will instantly unleash its skill, wherein it can deal a kind of blade dance on the enemies, and that's going to be is that a good tank, makeshift tank for you, Mikopi?
Well, for me, ideally you will always want to pair it with the Red Axe Chief so they can get that health buff. But by itself, yeah, I do agree with you. It's a good early game tank. Not because it has a high health, but rather, remember when you see that ability go off, that Blade Fury, it makes him invulnerable as well to magical ability attacks, magical attacks.
Oh yeah.
So if your opponent, for example, is fielding an early game mage, that totally negates it.
But I played better.
And we just saw a Megalo against Jep, and Jep is obliterated by this early hunter synergy. And wow, that dwarven sniper, 2 dwarven snipers for that player, and we can see the synergies. We have a dwarf for Moose with the demon. What? Wait.
Blade Fury.
What demon is that? Oh, is that the
I feel dizzy.
It's a Hell Knight,
Fallen
but
Witcher?
he,
Yeah, okay. I thought it
Oh,
was a
he
Fallen
is-
Witcher. Yeah. Okay, go.
yep, he is. Yeah, I was just as confused as you are about it because he was shifting
Yeah.
units very quickly. For a while,
Yeah.
I thought he was going with the Hell Knight because you know how stable
Yeah,
it is
Hell Knight.
as an early game unit.
Yes. Yeah.
But yeah, apparently it turns out that he's also going hunters, and to be honest, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I Personally, I wouldn't pass on the Hell Knight, but I think he has a plan in mind.
The holy
And
lights will shine
yeah,
and
Excelsior.
show the way.
Also, if you haven't seen, we see our last game's champion Dudus is now going into the warrior route. Warrior, what are your thoughts on that?
He's going more on the melee knight glacier. So he's going
Oh, he
classic
shifted.
right
You're
now.
right. You're right.
Yeah, he's going classic right now to the knight glacier synergy. I'm not sure if that's going to work. I haven't seen it. In the more stable, again, mech goblin synergy. Sometimes I see a full assassin synergy, but we'll see. It depends on what the other players are going to bring. If this is going to work, because I've played Knight Glacier, and it usually falls short in the early game, and then it has a slow linear curve in terms of success, right? Slow
Yeah.
upwards linear curve, but not really exponential. So we'll see.
That is very true, Excelsior. And sooner or later, he has to shift. He has to choose which route does he want to go to. So your knights, or just just sell the warriors, go for the knights, or just sell the knights, go for the warriors, but not keep both.
Whisper,
That's for
Seer,
sure.
My fate is sealed.
I think he's
Snake
going
venom.
for a knight warrior synergy. What? Maybe, but we are seeing Moose still going with that goblin mech, very stable synergy early now with the Argali Knight also. So he has all those pieces to complete a level 1 goblin mech synergy, but I think that's going to be so meta.
It's going to be so meta, and as a testament to how meta it is, he has two other players vying for the same pieces. However, I have spotted a Tortola Elder in that roster, so that may be
Oh,
a shift. Maybe he is just using the mechs for now in order to shift to a mage later, which is what
Yeah.
we've been waiting for since game 1. We want to see. However, I'm also curious about what's happening to the other players. We're seeing other sages represented. Finally, an assassin early in the game is showing its face, and that is
Wow.
from MSG J3P. Going for that, assassin spirit synergy at the moment.
so right now I'm curious, Mikopi, whatever happened to that druid synergy that was powerful in season 4? I mean, a druid synergy, it was actually really powerful because you can put on a refresher orb, summon 2 bears, and that's really going to be it. And it's easy to complete level 3 minions. Whatever happened to that in season 5 and possibly this season?
Well, from my personal experience, Excelsior, it kind of, well, not really died down, but it played more of a complementary strategy to other synergies. For example, the druid is often paired with assassins, feather assassins.
Yes.
It was also paired with feather hunters, and I'm sure you have seen these builds when you're playing, right, Excelsior?
That's right. That's right. I mean, we haven't seen feathered builds right here, but Moose. I think Moose is going with something here, man. I'm seeing Moose, and he has a human. I've seen this build. This is going to be a human with silence and partial knight. It's going to be full knight glacier human. I've seen this, and it works in the mid game. Not sure about the late game. So let's look at at this match between SDZK and let me see who this is. So I can't see who's going against SDZK,
Try to get rid of me.
but he won right away. And Omegalo also won. So you see that player, that piece right there. That's one of the newer pieces, the Ghost Kid. Can you tell us more about that Warrior Egursis piece right there, Mikopi?
Okay, so Ghost Kid, Warrior Egursis, as you mentioned, Excelsior, what it does is it will target a unit that's very far back and drag it near its position, and if it traveled a certain distance, it will get stunned. So that's a good counter against synergies or compositions relying on a very strong backline. For example, like Tortola Elders, like Dwarf Snipers, like I don't know, Venomancers hiding at the back. That could be a thing too.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what the Ghost Kid does, Excelsior.
You can't handle us, pandas.
And,
And
we are
yeah, I
seeing
just
right
like
now.
to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
go.
Yeah,
Go, me copy.
I was just I just wanna recall what you said about
Shall we play
Moose
together?
earlier, fielding the human synergy.
Yeah.
So one of the highlights of
tried
this
my
recent
poison,
patch is that
just
the
now
human
you're still
synergy
alive.
got a rework. They no longer silence units, but rather if you win a battle and there's another human ally survives, you get an experience book
EXP
that gives you
book.
one experience. Yeah, EXP book.
Yeah, that's an
And it
EXP
could
book.
totally lead to like snowball strategies wherein
Yeah,
you
that's
gather
right.
a lot of XP and level up really quickly and then overwhelm the opponent.
That's right.
But that is something that we have yet to see. Any other thoughts on this, Excelsior? About the
Yeah,
new
that's
humans?
actually right. That's actually surprising that the newer adjustments to the human synergy, that silence has been removed, and you can see that EXP book
Handle us,
times one. This could really be a more of a ramp. If you for those players who don't know what a ramp is a way to get into the higher level pieces or the higher mana, or for in this case higher level, which means you can get more pieces on the board. And this is also important because you can have synergies earlier, completing synergies earlier on the game with a more number of pieces on the board, as well as more power, right, Pikopi?
That is very true, Excelsior. Yeah, you can have the numerical advantage as well. You can surround them better, position your units better against them. But of course, positioning doesn't matter once you're at the tail end of that Kamehameha wave that we have seen earlier from the Tortola Elder, totally wiping off the board.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And that's what we were talking about a while ago, Mikopi. Maybe
All I
someone will
need is
go
my bow,
the
an
mage
arrow,
route.
and a
Maybe
knife.
someone will use a Tortola Elder. I think they're just I want to see the synergies from the players right now. What are they using? What are they playing? And a lot of these players have a Chop Suey build. Oh wow, who's that? He has a Night Glacier build. And there's a feathered build right now being built. So we are seeing varied builds right now, Mikopi. So these players are not sticking to meta, and they're really adjusting. More Tortola Elder. Oh wow, early wave killing
I'm
off.
sorry, I got distracted by that. Yeah, but the Tortola Elder wave again, totally wiped off the what do you call this? The other side of the board, and that's what you get when you have a somewhat of a bad positioning against it.
Yeah. And I mean, sometimes
Strangler vines
you
and
don't even account for the Tortola Elder because you don't know who you're going to fight.
That's true.
And
that's
we are
true.
seeing at round 14, Moose is at the top position. Smatty going with the Feathered Assassin. This is what we're looking for, Mikopi. But Nemo is going a bit. Look at the bottom. That's Nemo going a bit more adventurous with the Insectoid. So, what is the Insectoid synergy, Mikopi?
Okay, so insectoid synergies, they are the newest synergy that came around. So what happens is whenever one of a duplicate of a unit dies, it summons a random insectoid instead. First time it happens. So when you get two, it summons an insectoid of that same level. And if you get it to 4 insectoids, the insectoid that gets summoned is now the same cost or higher.
One bullet, 3 targets.
Wow.
No problem.
That's a kind of a new synergy that we're going to see here from Nemo. But a lot of the pieces here are carrying Agursis. How is that going to affect the whole how do you say this? The whole composition that is going to happen with the other players, Mikopi? How are they going to adjust with this?
This is actually a very dangerous position for some players because a lot of the Agursis units are crucial in certain synergies. For example, most affected would probably be Hunter because they have 2 Agursis units that's relying for their synergy. Knights is also affected. And of course, other complementary units such as Soul Reapers will probably get picked later on. It will also play a factor. So when when as we mentioned before, when players fight for pieces, they end up with weaker compositions than they plan to.
That's right. That's right. They most of them don't even get to level or 2-star because a lot of the other players are also fighting for the same pieces. That's why I think some of the more experienced and seasoned players are going to go into the not popular synergy that's going to be happening within the game. So we're looking at in right now with J3P going with a 6 warrior synergy, Cave Clan, and Beast synergy. Is this going to be enough against Dudus with that Knight synergy right there and Glacier?
They seem to be having an even match up until that very end, where the Knights damage reduction have played part in being a lot tankier. So Dudus units won that eventually. And Excelsior, since we are already at the page, have you at the synergy page? Have you noticed something? There is a
I'm
synergy that's not being played, and it starts with
yeah.
the
There's
letter
no
G.
Goblins love to talk shop.
wait. The Goblin is not being played. Wait, no, at the bottom, man. At the bottom, it's
Okay.
Nemo.
There's two
Yeah,
goblins.
I'm not seeing a full assassin. It's partial assassin because it's mostly feathered. But that would be a good route to go. Also, the mage is not being played as much, so that might be a good way to go. Wow, that ghost ship is going to wreck that whole board, and that dwarf sniper is going to take out that dragon. Wow, and our Gali Knight, Ah.
Blue Chocobo?
Man.
So what happens?
look at that. This is the composition that I was talking about. The assassin. It's a level 1 assassin, so it gives
Yep.
you a critical damage for those pieces, and also it has feather. That means it's going to have dodge as well. And this was what I was looking for, Mikopi. This was very popular season 2, season 1 to season 4. The assassin build. And admittedly, I was not able to play as much with season 5, but I was still building this and I was falling short. So maybe it can still work here in the tournament setting, but we are going to see if it's going to last the players that's going to use it.
That's true. And of course, all of these decisions being made by the players regarding the synergies that they are using for this round is a reflection on what they think their current standings are and will be. So usually, assassin builds aren't really built to take the first place. They get countered by stuff like 9 warrior, sometimes goblins, sometimes knights. But what it offers is a promise of a more stable finish, and this is probably what Smarty 2.0 is going for.
And as we can see right now, there's a shift from Moose. He goes into the Mage, Dragon, and Knight build. That means he has early access to the skills, and also what we have noted a while ago, there's a possible ramp. So does that mean the ramp is working because he now Moose has now a lot of mana a lot of gold to use, and it's also at the high level of number of pieces. He's now at level 8.
That is true. He has a decent economy. He has decent life totals. He's also at a good level. So he's very well positioned in this game. You're totally right about it, Excelsior. And I'm looking to see how that build will evolve in the late game, because we are now hitting the power spikes of the mid game. So you can expect some of the knights to perform a bit better than they are, or rather, some builds to perform a lot better than they are. I am particularly looking at Nemo's Beast synergy. He has to complete it soon, otherwise he is at the verge of probably, hopefully not, be the one to be eliminated first.
Yeah. I mean, Nemo is already at 20 health. He may fall out with around 2 rounds. 2 really bad rounds. Because if you lose a round, that doesn't mean you get a lot of damage. Sometimes you just get 2 damage. It depends on the number of pieces that survive on the opponent's side. So it's I'm accounting maybe around 2 to 3 rounds before he's going to be taken out. 2 to 3 losses.
What?
Wow, this is one of
That
the
is
roles
true.
that
I'll
we're
take you
seeing right now
under
from
my
STCK. What is he looking for? I mean, how many synergies was that? I saw 7. Big copy. I saw
That is a
7
lot.
synergies.
To be honest, I lost count in that, but I guess it's just being flexible, and all of those units somehow, some way, are working together to form their mini synergies. And I'm also excited about this match that's happening. It is Feathered versus Mages. The Kamehameha Wave has been already let loose. However, that level 3 Warp with Sage, super tough and super
Yeah,
evasive as well. It will be very hard to kill that, especially with that Leech Seed ability going on. That's healing it for a lot of HP when it goes off. Excelsior, what are your thoughts on these feather builds they are currently placed now at the some are at the bottom, but do you think that they will be able to spike late in the game?
I mean, it's possible that's going to spike late in the game. We're seeing the bench, but the assassins, once they get into level 3, don't have as much. How do you say this? Cleave damage, unless you put an item that deals cleave damage or splash damage. So I'm seeing it. It could be if they finish the opponents early or the minions early on the board, then it's going to be on their side. That depends on what items they're going to have, and if they get maximum, how do you say, the maximum synergy on the board as well. But their weakness is mage, right? Mikopi?
That is true. If the mage goes off, then it will just wipe the assassins on the floor. But as we were talking about that, unfortunately, Nemo was the first one to go. He
Yeah,
wasn't able to build anything substantial, while everyone else has already been locked in into their choices. And
yes,
yeah, that's just an unfortunate consequence. However, he still has the third round to try to fight back and get into the top 4, and hopefully
yeah.
still make it to the winners bracket. If not, then he is still a contender, but this time in the lower bracket.
That's right. That's right. And Jep making quick work of Omega Lul right there. Oh wow, that's a really really fast match as well. I mean, this is not as polarizing as the previous round, Mikopi. As we can see, most of the players are within arm's reach from the other lower player beneath them, and as compared to what we have seen a while ago, some of the players were really really far off in their health, but now these players are like within 20 HP range. That means a lot of them are really countering each other, and there's no
That
win streak we're seeing right now.
that is a very good point that you have brought up there. The fact that there is no visible win streak going on is just a testament to how strong all of these players' builds are turning out to be. And one thing that we have to note is that while two of our players who went feathered are probably doing it uh, to have a bit more of an advantage over the others, they also have to watch for Moose, who is the sole mage player in this bunch. So they have to keep in mind that they will need that magic resistance synergy
Yeah, the
to
marine
be able,
synergy.
the marine synergy to be able to contend with him late in the game.
And that's a good point, Mikopi. You can see Moose really, really using his economy up to a maximum level, getting down to just 2 gold. That's because he wants to get those wizard or that mage pieces on the board, just to have an advantage or just to catch up with the power spike that's going to happen with the other players.
with one hand and
So,
hit you with another.
Mikopi, what do you think
Wanna
is
try?
going to happen to the other synergies? Can we look at the synergies right now? between the other players.
Strangler vines
I
and
am
deadly
still
nightshades.
excited about how
Courageous
War is trying to build up,
defeatist.
but it's just sad again to see Knight Summer plays at the bottom, and of all players, it's Dudus, our winner from the last round,
Wow.
who seemingly is on the losing end of this match. Following, however, is Jep with that warrior. But yeah, up the top, it's Hunters, it's Agursis, and it's Hunter Agursis that are now building the Marine synergy as a preparation for that inevitable confrontation with Moose's mage army.
And we
And
are
it's
here.
paying
We're
off right
seeing
there.
here.
Look at that.
Wow.
Want to sign a contract with me?
Wow. That mage
That
was wrecked.
So yeah, Jep making quick work out of that mage army. He has the super tough words to go about it, and I guess part of it is also because Moose's army doesn't have a good front line yet. At least not a good
Yeah.
front line that stalls the tanks for a long amount of time before all of the spells were able to go off. And we are seeing a lot of variants here. Meanwhile, it's MSD agent. Like he is
Yes.
really getting
Wow.
a lot of value from that whispers here.
Whispers here. Yeah.
Look
And
at the strands, level
Mikopi,
strands going around.
right. Look, Mikopi. I said a while ago I wanted to see the druid come back to the game, and we are seeing that druid feathered assassin build. I think, and that I'm really excited. Why? Because you can see that the druid pieces. There you go, Smatty. Getting the Warpwood Sage up to level 3. A lot of them are getting the easy level 3 druids because of that synergy. And I think Dudus and I think Moose is going to fall off here. Wow. That Hunter synergy really hard counters that mage synergy from Moose.
Yes, you are right, Excelsior. And wow, Smatty surviving with 1 HP. I gotta see if he is gonna make a comeback. But yeah, going back to what you mentioned earlier, that Hunter synergy with the Marine is paying off because
Yeah.
if you remove the threat of the big damage mage spells aside, the mages themselves don't have a lot of HP, and the hunters deal a lot of damage, so they can just easily pick them off. They don't have to worry about the huge damage that's coming their way, and that's the power, as you mentioned earlier, of the Marine synergy on a hunter composition.
And we are looking at Omegalol a while ago. That was a good Hunter Aggressive synergy. And here we go. Omegalol going against Smatty. I think, is it? Oh, and on the right, Omegalol going on with that huge Hunter damage. And that Warpwood Sage is just going at it. Going
It's still
toe to toe, and
surviving.
it gets
Okay.
taken out. Wow, gets taken out. Smatty is also out of the game,
No problem.
and I think he has 1 point, right, Mikopi?
Yep. Finishing at 7th place will give you 1 point. And of course, a lot of time to reconsider your strategies again for the third game. So,
That's right.
yeah, Smatty, Nemo will be taking a break first. And meanwhile, the other players, they are very low on economy. They are on the last legs of their build. They are completing it. They're all going in. No one cares about their economy anymore because it's round 29. One more round,
right.
and they will probably get their final carry item. And yeah, level 3 Dwarf Sniper doing a lot of work here for STZK. I want to see what
And
that
I
carry
think,
has. Sorry.
yeah, I want to see too. What is that carry? What is that? Oh, Agent is out. Agent
Oh no!
getting out of the game, offering 9 items on the board. I mean, the MVP of this game is going to be a Chop Suey build, Mikopi. It's going to be part a lot. Look, as you can see here, Omegalul. He has a wizard, he has a warlock, marine, a Gersis, hunter, and he has, is that a demon or is that demon synergy?
That's a
And
demon.
dwarf.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So look at that, a lot of synergies.
And you know what's great about it? It works. And he loves Hunter so much that he's actually 7 over 6 snipers that's needed for
Yeah.
the synergy. He's 1 over. He just loves them so much. And
It's
yeah,
it's
after
one
this-
over. Yeah. Right.
After this Thunder Hide round, they will probably get the final piece they need for their level 3 items. So we've got to see what's going on here.
Easter egg. You found me.
What I
And
guess first, as for small adjustments, what
yeah.
our player here can do is that he can go for the dwarf synergy just to be more efficient when it comes to damage dealing. But it seems that
Yeah.
he's okay already with what he has.
Maintain eye
Ooh, that's a
contact.
level 2 Siren. Oh, I think that's gonna work. I think that's gonna work. Omega, we're looking at Omega Lul right now versus Dudus. Is that and the left on the left is Dudus, on the right is Omega Lul. Omega Lul
Yep,
is
yep.
getting wrecked right now. Look at that. J3P or Jep is getting 10 win streak, and Dudus is out.
There's an arrow with fight first.
Wow.
That,
At
that is
top
quite
5 of the
unfortunate.
game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for a first round winner, but still, finishing in 5th place will give you a half the amount of points to work with. If you couple it up with his first round finish, then he still has some room to maneuver for the 3rd game. But for the rest of our players, this will be a hard fought match. We see Jep 10 win streaks while we weren't looking.
Wow.
And that's just an achievement right there. He is currently the leader of the pack, if I say so.
And I think Omega Lul is going against Dudus going against Moose right now. Mage versus Hunter synergy, and that last dragon gets taken out. J3P or Jep is now still at 11 win streaks. I want to see the synergies that are happening right now. I think Jep is... Oh, man. You're seeing a warrior synergy, Mikopi. That was what you were betting on. A warrior synergy. And we're seeing it right now, and it's getting onto the top.
You're right, and that warrior synergy will pay dividends once you can get a carry that will match the level 3 snipers that are roaming around in this match. But before that, he has to get through with this mage synergy from Moose, and wow, it seems to be going the way of the warriors as the mages are slowly falling down one by one.
Wow.
Beelzebub.
And Moose
And that's
gets
enough,
taken out
wow.
of the game. Top 4. And we are seeing top 1 and top 2, Dudus and Moose, right there. Over at top 4 and top 5. So it's still anyone's game right here at the group stage of Group A. And we're seeing Jep at 12 win streak. They're all at level 10. Everyone is using all their gold to get the pieces they need. And we have Omega Lul with 2 level 3 minions. And the Agursis Ranger and that Dwarf Sniper. Wow.
It is now the battle of attack damage versus armor, as it's Megaloo versus Jep. Jep challenging these hunter builds. Are they strong enough to deal with his warrior army? And from the looks of it, they are.
Wow.
Jep
And look
finally
at that,
losing his win
Mikopi.
streak. Yep.
STZK is out of the game. Top 3 in this match. And we're seeing the last 2 synergies that are going to go head-to-head. Agursis Dwarf, Demon, Hunter, Warlock, Wizard for Omega Lul, and for Jep, it's going to be Cave Clan, Beast, Demon, and Full Warrior. Right.
And look
Wow.
at that bench. He's
What's your
going for
bet?
level
What's your
2.
bet on this one, man?
I still stand behind the 9 warrior synergy. I think Jep can do it. But more than that, Excelsior, I'm just super happy because these players didn't have the best game 1, and they are now crushing game 2. What do you think, Excelsior? How about your thoughts, Excelsior? Which one are you rooting for?
Yeah, I think I'm rooting for the first one. Who gets a level 2 Soul Spirit? No,
Oh,
but I'm sort of biased over the Soul Spirit. But I think it's going to be a warrior if he positions himself well. He needs actually a good DPS, and because right now there's not enough. Oh, wait, yeah, it's still going to be warrior. Look at that. Oh man.
some crowd control going out there, and that level 3 sniper is trying his hard to defeat the warriors, but apparently they are too tough. They are reflecting damage. and
Wanna
slowly
try?
Jep is creeping in on his victory against Omegalul. However, what can Omegalul do to adjust? Excelsior, do you have any thoughts on this?
I think Omega Lol it really has to change position. He doesn't have a solid a solid tank on the front. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. There's really no solid tank on the front, and that's going to lead the damage away from your back end. So I really think he needs to move to the position that some of the other pieces are distracting the other players, right? And as you can see here, Omega Lul
Contract with me.
is going to be destroyed by Jep, right? It's going to be
You are
destroyed by Jep because there's really bait, no solid bait that's going to be coming from Omega Lul. Oh
you are
man,
totally right, Excelsior. That level 1 Venom Mancer will not really hold the front line. He needs a better tank. He needs something that can soak up damage for a few seconds more. And I think the
yeah,
way that Omegle is doing it is that he's backing it again on the Spirit Synergy to try to freeze those warriors. But then again, you have to account for that reflect damage going on. Just that initial opening
oh
of
wow,
attacks reflects a lot of damage. Look at them. They are
man,
just killing
wow,
themselves with their auto
wow,
attacks.
wow, wow,
Beelzebub.
wow, wow, wow. And that's a good match for Jep. Jep or J3P, you win the match. Really good warrior synergy. And I was like thinking, wow, this is so OP that the 9 warrior synergy reflects damage. I mean, Mikopi, should that be a worry for most of the players here? I mean, not a lot of players are going to go into a warrior synergy, but Jep has shown that you can use a warrior synergy in a huge tournament like this. So, what are your
That
thoughts, Mikopi, on that match?
That is true. There are some ways to go around fighting this warrior composition. One is, of course, to be able to disable them. One is to put out a lot of damage before all of their warriors actually go online, or they have a reliable carry. So you might want to bank on some early game strategies when facing against them. The other is, of course, to counter pick their units that will to deny them the units that are crucial for their composition. And of course, you can always still bank on mages, but this time with probably tougher front lines. How
I
about you,
think the
Excelsior? Any
MVP
thoughts? Yeah.
I think the MVP of this match is that new synergy. I mean, um, if you got into that warrior synergy and you got that reflect damage, and even though they're really far away, they're getting damaged as well, right? Because even though Megalol has the Warlock synergy to gain lifesteal, it's not going to be enough because his minions, his Hunter minions, are so soft, and it was too little, too late for Omegalol to complete that Spirit synergy, and that lost him the game. But still, he got top 2.
That is true. So
So,
congratulations to
so
Jeff.
Mikopi,
But yep.
yeah. So Mikopi, I have
Oh
a
yeah.
question for you.
Okay.
Did the Druid synergy perform in this match?
Well, I was really hoping that it would. It would. If you remember, because Druid Synergy, they allow you to be able to field hopefully 3-star units very fast, and then they complement well with good builds such as Hunters and Assassins. But I guess for in the case of Hunters, there's just a lot of Hunter contention that's going around, during
Yeah,
that round. And in the case of Assassins, it's probably because they faced a lot of tougher units in the beginning, and I
yeah,
think they weren't able to build up to their optimal uh, levels to experience that power spike and
yeah.
those
Right.
carry items. And yeah, I just think that's what happened.
So, I mean, I've seen a lot of synergies going on right now, but this is a more diverse match because we have seen a lot of synergies happening along the whole match. We have seen mage builds, we have seen assassin builds, we have seen feather builds, we have seen druid builds, and one synergy is right out the window from the top 8 position. That was the goblin synergy, it was really right out of the window right there, even though nobody was actually picking a goblin synergy. So it can still go either way. It's not really the meta that's going to go into this tournament, but the one that's going to counter the other players. So I mean, in terms of the agility of how the other players, the top two players, adjusted to the other players, we have seen them really bench some of the pieces that they needed or can counter the other synergies. What do you think about what happened in that match as well, Bikopi?
That's true. I think I've covered most of the happenings right there. I just like to point out how Omega Lul was, uh, how great Omega Lul was in doing that adjustment with the Spirit Synergy towards the end. However, again,
Yeah,
I think it's a little bit too late now. As
yeah,
for the
that's right.
others, I think they just did the best that they can with the pieces that they've been dealt with. For a while, Excelsior, if you recall, Moose seemed to be the dominant player going into that into that round because of the mid synergy. However, he wasn't able to find the front line that he needed. So
Yeah.
at some point, he was taken down. So how about you,
Yep.
Excelsior? Any
Yeah.
any last thoughts about the match?
What we and the last thoughts that I have about those matches is we were talking about it about the other synergies a while ago, and these players actually used those synergies in that match. I was really hyped, and I think I'm going to be hyped for the next round, which is round three for this group stage, and that's what we're going to be looking for after the break. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi, and you're watching the Auto Chess Southeast Asia National Finals. We'll see you in 5 minutes. See you in a few, guys.
and I can be your everything if you stay. Please just say I'm mine. I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. Ooh, I want you to love me. I need you to stay. Have you found another? Ooh, and I want you to love me, and I won't make mistakes. Please just give me something. Ooh.
Welcome back, guys. We are watching the Southeast Asian National Finals of Auto Chess, organized by ESL and Auto Chess VNG. I'm Excelsior PH. With me is Mikopi. We are going back into round three. So, what do you think about the synergies that happened a while ago, Mikopi? Before we go into round three, what are your what did you like about the synergies from round two, and what are your predictions from round three?
Oh man, we have seen a 180 of both strategies and player mindsets during round two. We have seen players who perform not so well in round one dominate the second round, and with strategies that are, well, that are strong. They have brought out, their, I guess these are part of their pocket picks where they go for their most reliable things that they have, they're prepared for this tournament. And yeah, it's refreshing to see not gobbling once in a while. How about you, Excelsior?
Yeah, I think they're going to still adjust into a more different synergy. I mean, some of these players, as I'm seeing, are really still going into the unknown with the picks that they're going
And hit
with.
you with
So
another.
we have seen a while ago
Wanna try?
a mage synergy again, as we have seen a knight glacier knight synergy.
Launch Mark
But
11 armor.
those synergies are really strong at some point, but if they get hard counter, they're really countered and really it's really going to be fast to counter those kind of synergies if you bench the counters as well, if you're playing against that kind of synergy. So the copy,
Yes.
I'm really thinking about what kind of what kind of pieces are going to be played. I mean, there's still. I think they're going to go back into a goblin synergy. I think they're going to go back into that because this worked for them before. I mean, in the earlier round one, I think some of the players are going to go back into that synergy and not play around with some other unknown synergies. What do you think about that, Pikopi?
That is very much true, Excelsior. As we have talked about in round one, it is the Goblin synergy that enabled the top two players to establish a good early game, a good economy, and a good life total so that they will be able to take over or snowball into the late game. And during game two, it's the complete absence of that. As if you remember, looking back, most of the life totals of the players are actually very close to each other. We see them getting eliminated one after the other, and that is because most of them have opted to skip an early stable uh, early game strategy in favor of just simply going for those mid game pieces at the cost of their life totals. So I guess this time around, with everyone just looking back and thinking I could have gone for that Goblin synergy that no one else took, then it will play a big part. Plus, if you consider that this is the last round for this match, everyone is very much concerned about their point totals. We have seen our top three
Yeah.
players tied for the same amount of points. That's 12. So a lot hinges on this final match, and that also goes for the bottom four. So Excelsior,
Yeah.
yeah, go. So yeah, Excelsior, we are seeing goblins again and mass sign up for
Yes.
players. What are
Yes.
your thoughts on this?
Yes. I told you it was going to happen. I mean, some are
Wolves in
going to
wolf's
fall off.
clothing. Who would
Those
have
goblin
guessed?
synergies who don't get their early 2-star minions are going to fall off that synergy, and they're going to bench another synergy to complement and then transition into another viable synergy that is not goblin. So, looking at at the composition that we have seen from the other players, it's mostly goblin. Some of them are picking up warriors, because we have seen warriors are strong right now, especially on the maximum 9 warrior synergy. So we may see
We
that
are
again,
wolves. Get
but
it?
from what I'm seeing, still going to be a chop suey build with all these players. And again, 4 out of the 8 players are going with the goblin mech synergy, and that's
Half the
what
field.
we said a
Yeah.
while ago. Yeah. So,
And
I mean,
yep.
yeah, go.
And if I may, there is a clear lack of absence of players opting for that warrior synergy, with just one player seemingly going for it, and that comes as a surprise to me because most of the warrior pieces are cost 1 gold and are readily available early in the game. I guess it's just a matter of them getting the right roles. And let me talk about a bit about these goblin players. Maybe not all of them are actual loyal goblin players, but rather they are just
Yeah.
banking on that early goblin synergy to get their win streaks. You have mentioned before how important the getting a win streak is early on. So that may be the reason why all of them are scrambling for these skybreakers, for these
Yeah.
heaven and bombers. But later on, I'm expecting that they will shift to something else. Isn't that right?
That's right. That's right. And we're seeing 2 fallen witchers. Is that going to be effective, Mikopi, having 2 fallen witchers on the board?
Well, it's my first time. Not really my first time, but I haven't seen 2 fallen witchers in the field at the same time for quite a while, and I guess they're strong by themselves. So if you put 2 of them, then I guess it's double the value. But quickly, I'm being proven wrong as they completely fall down the wayside. But still,
I got
they
you.
they have done a lot of
Don't
damage here
try
in
to
that
get rid of
match.
me.
So yeah,
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I'm still for them.
I think I think what I want to see right now, aside from me expecting a goblin synergy, is a full demon synergy. That's what I want to see. I want to
Oh.
see someone showcase that insectoid synergy as well. As we can see, Agent is using that one insectoid synergy right there. We'll see if that's going to work along with the beast and warrior composition.
That is right. And speaking of beasts, they have been buffed around this patch. So now, when you collect all 6 beasts, they give, well, basically, they do a lot more damage than before. So there is now actually an
I
incentive
want
to go
to
6
become
beasts
stronger and
rather than the
stronger
usual
so that I can
4
carry
beasts as a
you.
complement to another synergy. So hopefully we see some of that this game. A couple of players are going for the B synergies, as I saw here. And wow, looking at the board now, it's an even distribution of synergies. Isn't that right, Excelsior?
That's right. That's right. And what you have been talking about, the beast synergy, is that right now at the 6th beast synergy, increase 30% attack for all allies, Mikopi, including the summon. So if you have beasts like wolves from summon wolves, that would be also, and also summon that viper totems. Yeah, they also get
That's
the
right.
buffs.
Slave Wars. Yep.
The enemy will take 20 extra magical damage when attacked by an ally who benefits from the beast synergy, and this effect can be stacked as well. So that means 20 damage, 40 damage, 60 damage. So it stacks, right? And that's going to be
That's right.
beneficial for a full beast
Brother
synergy.
Nature, here to fight.
We work in
And
the
because of all
shadows to
duplicates that
serve the
these
light.
synergies usually are fielding, remember when the werewolf shapeshifts, it summons two other wolves. The the poison war summons out of plague wards. This play well into the insectoid synergy. So if we are getting lucky tonight, we might see one more of the newer synergies that are being, I guess you could call it buffed for this patch. And yeah, it's Agent right now on top, 98 health, going to the Rock Golem. So he's pretty much safe up there. Also going for a win streak, by the way.
That's right.
Oh.
That's right.
Yep.
And Mikopi, I've fallen way too many times against these rock golems. So if you are in this tournament and you have fallen to a rock golem, that means that means you are just like me. But I mean, none of these players are going to fall to a rock golem because they have solid builds right now, and we're just waiting for Smatty to finish up this last rock golem with that level 2 unicorn. Okay, it was not able to finish that
Pride is more toxic than
last
venom.
So
rock
that
golem.
match
Okay,
ended in a time. Yeah. And I think one of the disadvantages that happens when you take too long to defeat the neutral enemies is that it gives players some time to scout for your position because you're attracting a lot of attention. They'll probably be wondering, why is this player taking so long? What does he have? And you will see them park on the wayside just looking at your build while you try to defeat the golems, as what happened earlier. So yeah, that's one advantage. A disadvantage,
right,
rather.
yeah.
Sorry.
yeah, that's right. That's right. And we are seeing here Omegalo going for that Goblin Mech synergy, and he's going to be beaten by a Dwarf Sniper and a Dragon, and I think that's an Agursis Ranger. That Hunter synergy is going to wreck him early on.
That is true. The Dragon Knight early on, and this phase in the game is very powerful. Even if it doesn't activate Resonance, which it will, and it will turn into a dragon, it will do a lot of damage. And when you combine it with the high damage that the Hunter synergy is doing, it's very few units can survive for long against that kind of onslaught.
So we are looking for Mikopi. We are looking for this synergy. This is the Knight Glacier synergy that Dudus is carrying now. And we are a lot of the players are within 20 HP range, so that means they're all on equal footing. No one is carrying. No one is going for a win streak. But Smatty and Jep are falling behind
Get it?
right now. Maybe they can still catch up with their own synergies kind of being slow. For example, the priest of the level 1 knight synergy for Jep is a bit slow, and now he gets a level 2 priest. So these two players who are on the top 7 and top 8 right now have the priest synergy. Does that mean that the priest synergy is kind of weak in this kind of setup? Mikopi.
My thoughts about this is that they are using that priest synergy to try to reduce the damage that they receive each round. If we look at their economy, particularly of Smarties, he is the only one right now who is at full 50 gold. So he's earning 5 additional gold per round, which he will use to power up his units. So a part of me thinks that these players have fielded this kind of strategy on purpose to try to get into a lose streak and try to get their economies going, open forting as they called it. It's just that
Yes.
they are hovering dangerously low HPs at this phase in the game. How about you, Excelsior? Do you think that these choices that they made to sacrifice life for economy will work out for them?
I'm not sure about that kind of a strategy. Usually, I just go for a straightforward strategy with my pieces. I just make sure that I survive the round, and if I'm going to lose, I'm going to take less damage instead of going with the economy. So I mean that's my strategy. But these players are pros, and we'll see if that's going to work over the course of the game. And I'm looking at the insectoid synergy right now. The two pieces that we have that are new are Thorn Predator and Spider Queen. And part of the Insectoid synergy is the Poisonous Worm and Lord of Sand. So, which one of those two do you like better, Bikopi? Spider Queen or the Thorn Predator?
Well, it's time for a complete confession, but I am a big fan of the assassin synergy. So by default, I lean towards the Lord of Sand. The Lord of Sand
Lord
more
of Sand,
more than anything else.
yeah.
And that means I also lean towards the Thorn Predator, who is also an assassin and a real
Yes.
tough one at that.
I mean, I've been using the Lord of Sand for all of these past seasons because one, you have an area stun that can only be achieved with one of the legendary pieces, and now you're getting it with the Lord of Sand, right?
Oh, no,
There was
That's a very
there's
that's
an
a very
area
good point.
stun,
something useful.
right? There's an area stun with the Tsunami Stalker, but it can only be achieved with the legendary piece. But if you use a Lord of Sand, that's like a mini version of that. So I like it because it stuns the enemies in a line fashion, and also has a good synergy with
Brother Nature,
the
here to
assassins.
fight.
I make sure that I have that.
That is very true. And looking at the synergy board just then, it's Nemo now that's on top using a more reliable build than during his past two games. We saw him experimenting a bit during the initial games, but now he seems to comfortably transition and committed into a Goblin mech build and is at the current top of the leaderboards because of it. But right now, yes, Smatty and Gen. Smatty already won his side of the board against the invading player, but Agent, not so fortunate.
That's right. That's right. And we are having STZK with a synergy. I think that's because he has the dragon synergy right there, and the dwarf, the carry is the dwarf with the hunter build. But Moose is still going on strong. As we have seen a while ago, he got around top 4, top 5, but he usually has a strong start right from the get-go. And we are seeing here the match between Agent and Omegalo. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, we are now seeing goblins in action against against the double Fallen Witcher, and these Fallen Witchers have transformed Metamorphism, doing a lot of work for them. They are, I mean, they're good until they transform, and then they get great. And look at all of those damage they did. It's a landslide match.
Yeah, that's a total of around 7,000 damage between the two Fallen Witchers. And you can see the level 1 and level 2. It's like Fallen Witcher and Fallen Witcher. It's like from small to big, right?
Yeah, it's like the father carrying his kid to the battlefield. He's telling him, "Okay, I'll teach you the ways of how we can actually carry games, and this is how we do it." And then they just wreck the opposing board just like that. As you said, 7k damage between those two. And look at all of these items. That Fallen Witcher has everything at the moment you want for a carry.
And let's take note, Nico, because that we have here, I think Smatty is also using the same synergy with the Fallen Witcher, but we have to see that a bit later in the synergy board. And this is Omegalo versus, let me see, I'm not seeing who he's going against, but not Goblin synergy is not going to work.
Yeah, it's Omegalo against Demo, and Omegalo proving to be the stronger Goblin lineup during that match. But I think up next it will be the
3 targets.
I guess the win streak match between STZK and Moose.
Yeah.
Yes, these players have been dominating their win streaks. I mean, their opponents, and showing it off with their win streaks. But now that they'll be facing each other, we will see which one has a stronger army. And these are both hunters,
I have a
but with
bad
different
feeling
variants.
about this.
We have Feathered Hunter on Moose's side. On STZK's board, it's oh, and I'm mistaken. They're not fighting yet. That's for the main event. But for now, he's being invaded by Agent instead. So yeah, Moose hanging on there, but Agent again That father-son
Oh,
duo of Fallen Witchers
oh my
is just
gosh.
simply wrecking all of these softies with their metamorphism powers.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
the
Miko,
Excelsior, yep,
Mikopi, yeah,
yep,
that Fallen Witcher synergy only works against up to the mid game. End game, it falls short because of its soft body, soft shell. But we're seeing two players actually using that kind of synergy. I would like to see the synergy board right now that's happening with all these players. So we can see right now we're looking at Omegalul still going with the Goblin Mech synergy, and SDZK going for that Dragon, a Hunter, and a Gersis synergy. Full Gersis, wow. Full
wow,
Gersis, really nice, man.
that's right. It complements well with auto attacks, or rather base attacks, because the aggressive synergy reduces armor by a lot, and that means even just a little hit would would hurt a lot basically. So that's where all of the
That's
damage
right.
is coming from.
And we are seeing here the synergy board. As we have seen a while ago, Dudus and Jep are going with the same kind of synergy, so they're fighting for the pieces. Smatty and Agent are both going for Beast, but I want to see Smatty next time because he already has the full Beast synergy. So really, really nice. And we are looking right now at SDZK versus Dudus, and that's a Hunter synergy, and we are here seeing Smatty going against Agent. And Smatty is wrecking. Maybe we'll see the fall of the Fallen Witcher right now. Oh man, there you go. He really has fallen to a to a 2 out of 6 Beast synergy. 4 out of 6.
And that is true. Finally, the Fallen Witcher has fallen, but now there are now two-star Witchers that's gonna go going on around. And to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing a 3-star Witcher at some point in this game. I hope it drags out that long. But as you said, for you have made a really good point of the Fallen Witcher being just a good mid game until early late game carry because of its softness. So it's something that Adrian has to keep in mind if he wants to continue to pursue this strategy. He has to have better front lines or probably an alternative carry. We'll see what he does about that. But for now, he is still winning. Meanwhile, Smatty on the other side of the board has fallen victim to a level 3 Feathered Knight. That is very dangerous to see right there.
That's right. That's right. And what you have told us a while ago, Mikopi, what can switch on, or who can the Fallen Witcher pass the torch to? One answer: the Rogue Guard. If the Fallen Witcher synergy goes and gets a Rogue Guard, then that would ensure that he has enough damage that can cleave out or clear the board easily with all the damage that he's going to do.
That's a very good point you've made, Excelsior. Especially once the Fallen Witcher reaches level 3, you can just leave it alone and then put all of your carry items into the Rogue Guard. So yeah, I think that's a very good option to do. But right now, Jeff has just invaded him and that level 3 Light Blade Knight. I want to see what it's carrying. What do you think it's carrying, Excelsior? It seems very strong.
Oh man, I think he's usually these light blade knights are usually carrying lifesteal. I want to see what kind of items that he's carrying right now. It's most probably damage and lifesteal because that's how the light blade knights survive. Especially since the glaives bounce off to the other minions on the board. So I mean, if it can go head to toe with a Fallen Witcher, that means it probably has lifesteal.
And speaking of scary things, Excelsior, look at what's on the board. It's a level 3 Hell Knight. And
Oh wow.
And if you're gonna put a list of carries that you wanna have or the best carries in this game, Helllight is one of those. But it has failed my
no!
assessment because it has fallen to the duo of 2-star Witchers from Southstar.
Oh wow! Dude,
I'm
oh wow! Dude.
quite heartbroken at that scene.
But you can see Dudas is already out of the game. Mikopi is already top 8, and he's going to go out of the game. And I think he went from top 2 to top 5 to top 8. Right? Or did he get top 1 in the first round? I will see
Yeah, he
him
got
again
top
later.
one.
Look, a dwarf.
Top 1 first round, then top 5, then now top 8. Wow, that's a really, really slow fall from grace for Dudus. We'll see later how many points he amassed over the 3 rounds and if it's going to be enough to go into the winner's bracket. And right now we're watching a 6 out of 6 Beast synergy coming from Mr. Agent. So as we have said a while ago, Agent, man, the Beast, what does it do, Mikopi? The Beast, the new Beast synergy.
So the UB synergy, for one, just as all these synergies do, they increase the attack of all allies by a certain percentage, including the summoned one. So in this case, it's 30% attack, and then the enemy takes extra damage for each attack ally. So the damage piles up along with that damage boost. This would mean that the B synergy is capable of doing lots of burst, or rather, not burst, but rather sustained damage as long as the fight drags on. And this is what Agent is banking for, I think, in this game.
That's right, that's right. And of course, if you have that specific chessboard piece that multiplies totems, that would actually give you a stacking damage, right?
That is true. All of the Plague Wards, when they attack, they will deal additional damage. All of those Witchers with their high attack speed, they will deal damage. Even the 2-star Unicorn, who is just simply flinging her arrows, will start to do a lot of damage over time. Can you imagine that? You are taking a lot of damage from a Unicorn. That's
wow.
That's not nice.
That's right. And what I was talking about a while ago is the Poisonous Worm, Mikopi. And I mean, I would expect. I mean, at some point in my playing a B synergy, I put a refresher orb in that plague ward, in that Poisonous Worm, just to have more plague wards or faster plague wards. But then again, we're looking at this match between Omega Lol and Nemo. It's going to be a draw. Oh man, strong Warpwood Sage. What can you say about that, Mikopi?
Well, strong healing plus evasion versus but cannot deal damage versus healing but cannot deal a lot of damage as well. It would equal to a draw. I think they are just doing it for formality. They're like, okay, we need to run this time. We need to get the audience excited. Let's try hitting each other and see what happens. But yeah, Excelsior, what do you think about the synergy page that was shown just then?
I was actually blinded by Agent's synergy because I was still looking at that B synergy I was talking about a while ago. I was saying a while ago that no, B synergy, we were talking about it during the break, or rather the before the match, that it's going to be a curious synergy to build, and now we're seeing it right now. But bad news for Nemo. You can't find Nemo right now on the top spots. Oh man, he's going to be taken out top 7. So Mikopi, what do you think about this kind of build with the Night Glacier and the Gersis synergy? Is it going to last the game?
Well, it all comes down to whether or not the Knights will be level enough to get tough. But what's attracting my attention more here is the 3-star Fallen Witcher from Agent. Apparently, the two Father and Son Witchers have combined. Oh no, not oh yeah, the two Father and Son Witcher duo we were seeing earlier has combined to form a 3-star super powered thing of beauty called a 3-star Fallen Witcher that has been carrying the games for him into the late game now. And with that
That's right.
Meanwhile,
That's
while all
right.
of that
And
was happening, Omega Lul was
yeah,
the next one to go after Nemo. So
yeah. So that's an
that's
Omega Lul. That's like the end for Omega Lul, and he goes out top six in this matchup. And a lot of the other players are, or two of the other players are in danger as well. Jep and STZK are in danger. STZK was the top one in round two, right? So
yep.
maybe he can be taken out. Oh, who was that?
Victory
That's
is
Jep.
sweet, but I
Jep is
prefer
now
fish.
out of the game.
It's a
And
surprising turn.
offers
Yeah,
STZK as
uh,
well. There you go.
so
They're
yeah,
offering.
very quickly, just two of the best players that we have seen during the past few games and even last week are now out in this round. And what's left are uh, this is what we've been quite excited before Excelsior.
About that's right.
We are seeing these fringe strategies that players are now bringing out. Who knew that
That's
six
right.
beast would work this good? Who knew that the insectoid synergy would work so well with the beast? Well, now we know.
That's right.
We're seeing it firsthand, Excelsior.
And we actually, who knew? We knew.
early bird catches the
Mikopi, we
worm.
were actually talking a bit about this a while ago, and we actually kind of predicted that the B synergy can work in to the late portions of this round. And I mean, I can see that the beasts are dominating this round right now, and moves at the middle with the Fenner synergy.
Wanna
Why he can
try
survive?
link
Because
game?
he's not going to get hit, and that's why Agent puts in a Dark Spirit into the roster right there. How is that going to affect the game? Mikopi.
He is at a very distinct advantage now, Agent that is, simply because he is the only level 10 player currently among the three. Then he has that super powered Witcher, which I think has the new item. I think he has that new item from the patch, which is called the Holy Spirit Lens, which does splash
Yeah.
damage for range attacks. I am not so sure, but I think I saw it. And
Yeah,
yeah, as for the others,
want to
Mati
see
also
that.
at level 10.
I want to see that too. And we are seeing Smatty having 8 synergies working right now. I mean, it's again another chop suey synergy from these professional players, and it still works because you can see him on the top 3, and that's a lot of points. Right now, I want to see what that Warpwood Sage is carrying. If he's really carrying that lance, because
Well, it doesn't seem to be the case. And wow, Agent just doing quick work of
Yep.
Samati's board.
Wow.
All I need,
Yes.
Now
all I
it's
need is my
between
bow,
him
an
and
arrow,
Moose.
and a
And
target.
yes,
I hate to say this, but Moose is, I think, is at a disadvantage here simply because when we look at the levels,
That's right.
it's in the favor of Agent. However, Moose has more 3-star units, if I recall correctly. And yes, that seems to be the case. He has a level 3 Dwarf Sniper, level 3 Shining Archer for that lovely stun, and of course that Warpwood Sage for all of the tanking power. We will see how effective this is. This is their first clash since then. And
Whoa. Yeah,
Black
I think
Hole
it's going
going
to be
down.
effective.
Explosion's going down.
I think it's going to be effective, but I'm being proven wrong, and that's going to be 4. It's already 4 wins for Agent against Moose, so I think it's going to be Agent's game right now because of that beast synergy. Even though you have only 2 and 1-star pieces on the board, and as I've stated a while ago, that Dark Spirit is the icing on the cake, dealing damage to minions that can virtually not be hit as much. Right, Mikopi?
That is right. And I like the adjustment that Moose did there earlier. He did some repositioning, so hopefully we'll put him at an advantage. But that does seem to be the case. That Warpwood Sage finally got to fall down as well as everyone else. That level 3 Witcher, Fallen Witcher remaining untouched, bringing Agent his 9th win. And of course Moose, he still has 2 health, but he has to find something after this Black Dragon King round. He has to get that item. He has to get
When
whatever
you look
pieces
into
he
the
wants to
abyss,
try to counter
I
this.
look
Otherwise, it's
back.
lights out for him. Um, any thoughts about what Moose has to do, Excelsior, in order to adjust what he can do?
Right now, he can't do anything with the economy that he has. I mean, even if he gets a good weapon from this neutral minion, it's not gonna work because the Black Dragon King is
Still
just going to give you
dreaming of winning
some
streaks.
piece to put
Mhm.
into one chess piece, and it's not going to be enough because you need some of the other players or some of the other minions to be at least level 2,
is is
right?
I see.
As
I
you can
see.
see here, he has his another dark spirit of his own, but Agent tops that one up with his 2-star dark spirit. So I mean, basically that's a win. It's 7 wins, 0 losses for Moose, for Agent.
That is right. And in possibly the last round of the game, we are seeing Agent at a disadvantage going over Moose's army very quickly. And
Ah,
just like that, it's Agent
by my
who wins
pliers,
this
so
round.
stay
What a
away from
performance.
me.
Topping it off with a 10-win streak on the back of a 3-star Fallen Witcher with all of the items that it wants in the world. Excelsior, what can you say about this development?
so that was the development that we've been seeing a while ago. Mikopi, we saw that Witcher we had to, from 2-star combined with the 1-star Fallen Witcher, and then as you said a while ago, you wanted to see a 3-star Fallen Witcher. There you have it. It's a 3-star Fallen Witcher carrying the game as well as a full beast synergy reworked and buffed up over the whole season 6. So this is going to be a possible meta changer right now. And as we can see right here, Agent got the top spot. Moose is kind of in a good position because we've seen him top 2, top 5, and now top 2 again. Very consistent as well. Smatty getting the third spot. SDZK getting the 4th. Jep getting the 5th, Omegalo getting 6th, and Nemo getting 7th, and Dudus getting the top 8 position. The synergies are really, really all over the place. Not one synergy dominating the whole 3 rounds. And as we have seen, it all depends on how you react, right? You copy?
That is right. And to be honest, all of this has been a treat. The past 3 rounds have showed us what we can do in the new patch. So if you are watching right now and are itching to try out a new strategy, well, there you have it. What of
Yeah.
you can go 9 warrior, you can go assassins, you can go this game-winning beast beast synergy among the others. And I'm just so happy to see all of this play out, Excelsior.
That's so. The synergies that we have seen, Mikopi, we are actually seeing the theory crafts at work from all these players because we have seen again one mech goblin being used by the top 1 and top 2 positions, and then we have seen another synergy on the second round, and then we see another synergy on the third round. These players are really adjusting to what they are getting right on the fly, and when they get that kind of when they get polarized to one synergy, they're going to go with it as long as they get the pieces, while also benching another safety or insurance synergy on the bench to make sure that they will be able to adjust to whatever the other players are going to play, or effectively blocking them off from completing their own synergies.
That is
So,
true.
Mikopi,
Yep.
okay, so what can you say? Anything you can say more about the last match?
Well, not just the last match, but everything that happened so far in general. I am simply amazed at the decision making that these players have done, especially when it's time for them to commit, when it's time for them to adjust. And yeah, just the decision making itself is super high level. And I'm just, to be honest, simply happy that I'm able to watch and cast this along with you.
Yes,
So,
that's
how about
right.
you,
That's
Excelsior?
I mean, I was actually proven wrong that the Fallen Witcher, is going to go mid game, but with enough support, it can go further on into late game. You know why it went to late game, Mikopi?
Yep.
I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a
Okay.
clue. It's all the summoned minions, right?
Yeah, you're right. All of those Treants, they provide the
Yes,
shield, they provide distraction, and on top of it, the
yes,
additional damage that's that's needed to support that Fallen Witcher. It's
that's all.
done a lot of work,
Yeah,
and
yes.
it never really died, right?
Yes, it never really died during the matches, and he got a perfect score against Moose. Right?
Wow.
It was 7-0. Agent just completely wrecking Moose right there. It was really actually really fast because we only reached until round 30s, early round 30s. That means a lot of the players have been really destroyed by Agent's composition over the previous matches or over the previous rounds of that game. So I would like to see the updated scores right now. If I mean, I want to see because there have been a lot of ups and downs from different players, but I'm really on the. I'm really excited. Who's going to move forward? Who's going to be lagging behind? So from blind picking, Mikopi, who do you think is going to move forward to the next round at the winners bracket?
Okay, from what I saw, you're correctly yeah, you correctly said that there's like a roller coaster of results that went around during these past three games. However, in my eyes, I think one player has been performing very consistently, and that's Moose. He has he had a great game one, a decent game two, and also this game three he performed well. And yeah, I think he's in a good spot to be on the winner's side after all of the scores are tallied. How about you, Excelsior? Do you have any particular pick?
Yeah, I was actually I was actually worried about Dudu's falling off from one and then five and then eight. So I mean, I was wondering what scores he would get because he was falling. He was going with a steady decline over the next few rounds. But then again, I go with you when because you said Moose has been performing well. He got top two and then got top four, I think, and he got top two again. Very consistent, and that's what's important in this group stage because you really have to be consistent on the top four, on average, top four spots to move on to the next round.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yep.
yeah. What do you think about the insectoid synergy a while ago, Mikopi? Did it work?
I to be honest, I didn't really see much of its effects. I'd like to believe that it did a lot of work, but what I saw was when you combine it with a B synergy, and it's like a natural fit for it. You get insectoid parts along with the beast parts, and they seem to work well together. And I guess eventually that played part in the last round's victory.
Yeah.
How about you,
So
Excelsior? Do you have
Mikopi,
any synergies that kind of like, you know, make made an impression on you during these games?
I think it's a beast synergy, man. But let's
Hmm.
move on to the scores. I've gotten the scores
Okay.
right now. Just to give you a glimpse, I'm gonna announce it to you. Moose got 19 points. STZK
Wow.
got 17 points. Agent got 16 points. Jep got 14 points. Dudus got 12 points. Smatty got 10 points. Omegalol got 9 points. And Nemo got 2 points. So it's top four. It's going to be Moose, STZK, Agent, and Jep. They have gotten the top scores over this three rounds. Oh man!
Okay. So
So that's
congratulations to those four. Yeah,
yeah.
really great job.
Congratulations. So
But yeah,
that's going to be it for the Group A, Mikopi. And we're going to go on a short break, guys. You are watching the Auto Chess Southeast Asia National Finals with me, Excelsior PH, and Mikopi right here. And we're going to go on a short break. And we're going to be casting the Group C matches later. So see you in a few, guys.
It's hard to find. Who knows what's in it for me? Evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows what's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. If it's time to let go, at least you can say you've tried. But the needs of a woman are changing, and I can't change what I'm feeling. I just can't change what I'm feeling. You fell in deep. You've already been there. You've already seen all there is to see. The answers are already in there. You've asked me the question so many times. Elation is easy to come by. Pure devotion is hard to find. Pure devotion is hard to find. Who knows what's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows what's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows what's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows what's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows what's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows what's in it for me? So evidently, you let me down gently. Who knows what's in it for me?
Welcome back, and we're going to go to Group C of the Southeast Asia National Finals of Auto Chess. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. So, Mikopi, do you see any players that are notable in Group C?
Ever since
Your
I was
mic.
looking at
Okay.
the results of the qualifiers last week, one team has been on my radar, and that is MSG. They are players from Singapore and Malaysia who have banded together, and they have produced a lot of results in this qualifier. In fact, uh, like 10 players qualified for them, and we are seeing three of them here, and we're seeing one right now. That's MSG Shin right here. How about you, Excelsior? Are there any players that caught your eye for this group?
Yeah, I actually saw Exil and Cyril. I've been hosting a lot of auto chess tournaments, at least twice per month, and I've seen them always present on the tournaments, getting high positions as well. I think they will be very promising because of their mental agility and adjusting to the players or their co-players on their round. So I'm really, really excited about this match, Mikopi.
You are totally right. If I remember correctly, Cyril has he had a perfect record during his qualifier group, and that says a lot about his skill level. And yeah, we're talking about some of the games with him that what we've casted before. And if I remember right, he was like sleeping during the first game. He went down eighth place, and then suddenly he opened his eyes. During game two, now he's at the top, and that's something that I want to see from him here, like a dominant result. But that will be very hard for him, considering the amount of skill level that's present in the room right now, especially with three players from MSG vying for the top spot as well. And yeah, we see Lycan right now, and he has two dwarf snipers, and I just simply like that.
And I'm actually I have one tidbit trivia for you, Mikopi. I just noticed. I was asking
Okay.
you, what does MSG mean? You answered it while you were introducing him. It's Malaysia, Singapore. It's not. So it's really
Okay.
a good tidbit that I just noticed just now. It's because the players that you said are consisting of Malaysia and Singapore players combining into one big clan.
Okay, that's very interesting to learn. And speaking of interesting, Brinis is on the left, fielding a wow. Is that a level 2 heaven bomber this early in the game, along with two shining archers? But that will be at the side first. You see him being invaded by Cyril here, who has his own
Ooh.
level 2 Tusk Warrior. Whoa,
One
that Arctic
punch.
Punch. That's all it takes to send
Yeah,
that shining
that's all it
archer.
takes.
Yeah, to send that shining archer into the next round. And yeah, quick win for him right there. But it's all right. It's just the start of the round. It's just but yeah, it's also crucial at the same time because this is where win streaks will be formed. This is where the decision making comes in, wherein will you want to spend your economy in order to get and sustain that win streak, or will you save it up? And how about you, Excelsior? Are there any builds that we have glimpsed so far that catches your eye?
I'm not seeing any builds. I mean, is it? It looks like it's going to be a repeat of Group A a while ago. I mean, a lot of the players are probably going to go first, head on into the Goblin Mech synergy as we have seen a while ago, but it was quickly thwarted by the one punch minion right there, the toss champion. I mean, that was a level 2 Heaven Bomber, but it's gonna go away with that Tusk Champion. But again, we're seeing the return of the Demon synergy. I think Genesis is really going for a Demon synergy right there. He wants to make that happen, and I think he's going to go with it. What do you think about that, Mikoy?
I am favoring this choice. We have seen the power of Fallen Witcher in the past game. No doubt that We are gonna see some of it too in this game if this continues. But for now, it's just players building their lineups and waiting to commit, waiting for that sign to commit into the lineups that they are hopefully building. So we are seeing some knights, we are seeing some semblance of goblins, just the usual fare in the early game. Looking forward to seeing some of them shift and go to the other builds that are available.
So I have a question for you, Mikopi. Is it important to go more
A
into
love
health
equivalent
than
exchange.
damage in this kind of
I
early
don't think
stages?
so.
Oh, Excelsior, you bring some really tough questions. But in my opinion, health plays a lot more part in this early game because if you look at the early stages of the game, it's usually the abilities, not the auto attacks, not the base attacks, that deal a lot of damage. That's why Heaven Bomber with its racing missile is very powerful because it just simply deals huge chunks of uh, damage. So, in order to combat that, you will not want to field soft units. That's why it's very important for your early game composition to have a decent front line. And this is exactly what most of the players are doing right now. So, and yeah,
There
three
you go.
Goblin players, two Hunter
Three
I
players.
am the god of war,
So we're
boy.
seeing the goblin synergies fall short into the fourth, fifth, and sixth position, but we are seeing the demon synergy working at the top of the match. You can see Cyril there going with the demon synergy, benching his taboo witcher, but the dwarf snipers are really the heroes that we're looking for here because they deal a lot of damage with their special skill, right, Mikopi?
That's true. And I'd also like to point out, hey, Leora Grides. Hello, Leora. And and yeah, just like to point it out. There is one strategy. There's one player importing a strategy that we doing a strategy rather that we haven't seen in the previous rounds, and that
Mm.
is Open Forte. We see Shin. He had a priest lineup early on, and only priest. But if you look at his bench, he's building that loose streak and this economy and
Yeah.
try to build his economy real quick in order for that mid game to late game spike. And I want to see how it turns out for him.
And what is the downside of an open fort strategy, Mikopi?
Well, to sum it up, it hurts a lot. You really have to calculate the risk versus the reward of doing it. Plus, if another player is also opting for a sure lose streak like you do to boost their economy, you might end up facing against each other, and that will be harmful for you both. So, with that in mind, most players just opted to go with the traditional strategy of trying to aim for a win streak or at least a stable economy and keeping their health total, at a healthy number.
Yeah,
But of course,
that's
if
right.
you are the only player who's open forting and just going for that lose streak, then you will find yourself with a good economy
I've
and the
heard that there's a
choice
place
of
where witchers are blind.
a synergy that wasn't used yet during the mid stages of the game. And then from there, you can mount your comeback and then hopefully win the game.
And I'm seeing Mikopi a win streak from Cyril right here. I think he's going to go towards a full warrior synergy, and that's going to be. Oh, yeah, I mean, who's that? Who's losing to the rock golem? Someone just lost to the rock golem. I mean, there you go, MSG Shin. Was he
We-
the one doing the open fort strategy, Mikopi?
I think so. He was fielding priest earlier, so I guess
Shoot
that
to
played part of
kill,
it.
aim to
But whether he
please.
shifted his strategy to something else, I'm not so sure. Maybe he got the units that he needed already, or the economy is already at a level that he's comfortable with. But yeah, it's still unfortunate to lose to those golems simply because you want to have the choice of items
Yeah, that's
for
right.
your strategy later on. And it's sometimes heartbreaking if the game gives you the one that you don't want. But yeah, going
Yeah,
back to what you said earlier, it's a real with that early lead and that healthy life total. He is using warrior as you said earlier and Shin. Wow, Shin. It's
Shin
okay.
is-
You Yeah, and Leora
Shin
to the
is
rescue with the right advice. That's right, guys. If you're playing auto chess, and I guess it applies to everyone as well. If you are
that's
playing
right.
and you get tilted, don't worry. Just take a deep breath, gather your focus, and do what Leora said. Keep
Ladies
rolling. Don't
and
stop.
gentlemen, my
That's right.
personal
That's right. And
showtime.
I think we're going to see a warrior beast synergy from Cyril. It's going to be fully fully, how do you say this, fully into this 9 warrior build. I want to see that again. Because why? Because looking at the top 2, 3, and 4, it's all hunter and it's all damage. And as we have seen in the previous group, the damage can only go so far because the warriors will just weather it out with all that armor and all that reflect damage. Right? Pikopi, what do you think about that?
You have a very good point there. History tends to repeat itself. So if that's the case, we might be seeing something similar play out in this round as well. But I'm sure that our hunter players have something in mind to fight against these warriors. It's just a matter of executing it and surviving long enough, by the way, to be able to do
And you
it.
can see that. See that, Mikopi? Do you see that 6 out of 9? That's really, really. Oh man. Oh, that's nice. And when I see that 6 out of 9, that means that armor is going to be going towards your warrior minions, and that's going to give you a sort of security blanket. And let's see the match here between Leora and Cyril, and if it's going to be effective. And as we can see, all that armor is protecting all of his minions, and they're all surviving. And because of that unicorn, everyone is healed.
That is true, Excelsior. And I guess this somewhat settles the earlier question you've asked about what's more important. Is it health or damage? And from the looks of it, Cyril is putting the answer up front. It is health, it is healing, it is outlasting your opponent. And that is working out very well for him.
Yes, that's right. High roller. It's like we are on a roll as well, Mikopi, because we are getting these predictions on point. That's why we're asking the right questions. Is it health? It's important. Yes, the health is important because you can survive. But on the later games, it would not be as important because damage will prevail. Because the first one who will be able to kill the enemies as faster will be the one who will survive in the later stages. But Mikopi, as we have said, with the recent rework of Warrior, there is a reflect damage, and that's gonna hurt these paper minions that are called hunters.
That is true. That somewhat disincentivizes using high attack damage, high attack speed carries. But I still believe that there are strategies to go around it, mostly in the form of disables, mostly in the form
That's
of
right.
denying warrior pieces. And yeah, but for now, Cyril seemingly unstoppable going into these wolf rounds. Hopefully they get the items that they need as well. Meanwhile, the
Yeah.
rest of the pack following closely behind. They are not within. They're all within 20 life health of each other. So quite a close game going on right here.
I have an insight right now, Mikopi, because I
All right, let's
know
hear it.
right now how you can counter a warrior synergy, and it's simple. It's simple. You get a defector and you get a grim touch. That's how it's going to work. Okay,
So you hex
because
all of them.
yeah, that's the ideal setup right there. But I'm not sure if we're going to see that kind because nobody is carrying a Glacier Clan
From
synergy,
death.
and nobody's also carrying a Wizard synergy. So if nobody's carrying that, this Warrior synergy is going to steamroll all these other players. And as we can see, 10 win streaks really hard to pull off, especially in a high stakes group stage tournament. We are seeing Leora versus Shin right now. Is that a Abyssal Core level 2 with a cleave?
Yep, and it's doing a lot of work, but eventually, yeah, it's still alive. It survives. I thought it would die to the alchemist, but the Venomancer, but it didn't. Uh, what they call this? When I remember Surreal, right? He's in a
Yeah.
good position right now because I just saw earlier. I got a glimpse. Here we go. The lineup, the synergy board earlier, and look at that. How many Hunter players are there in this game?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what I've been saying a while ago, Mikopi.
That's
You,
right.
not a lot of players are picking one. Mage. Mage is still alive, guys. You can go with the mage. You can go with a knight synergy. A knight synergy effectively gives you armor and damage as well, right? Because of all the barriers that can be placed on the board. And Cyril just steamrolls MF right there. Oh, wow.
And this is actually, and this, I guess you can call this, these choices of sticking to hunters might actually be counterproductive for them unless they shift quickly. Because remember, they are fighting for all of these pieces, and if you are the
Yes.
one who is on the unfortunate end of not getting the pieces that you needed, then you are clearly at a very distinct disadvantage. So,
Wait,
but
wait,
but
wait.
the problem.
I'm gonna stop you there, Mikopi.
Okay, okay.
There's an update. There's an update. 9 warrior synergy right now. That's it.
Oh no,
That's it.
it's too
That's it.
early. Don't do this. Don't do
Round
this, Ariel.
18. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, what the.
Look
it
at this
hurts.
around.
It hurts.
Look at the.
Oh my god.
Don't let anyone know what you
I don't
17
want to
win
be
streak.
that shining assassin.
100 push-ups.
That's for sure.
100 sit-ups.
And,
100 squats and a 10-kilometer
Yeah, this is
Go, go,
paying
go.
big time for Real. Sacrificing a bit of economy just to gain those last few levels, just to rush into that synergy, is paying him dividends. He is still untouchable right at this moment. And we are just hoping that one of the Hunter guys will be able to stop him. And to be honest, it will be very hard, but it can still be done. We're still in the mid stages of the game. A lot of adjustments can still be made. Let's go, guys. We can do this.
And it's a tough mountain to climb for all the other players, especially if that mountain is buffed up by plus 20 armor and reflect damage. And I think it's someone just dropped their items on the floor. Who was that? Someone
All in.
just went out all in. Who was that? I think that was Leora. 14 win streak. Cyril. Leora just got out of the game, top 8. So let's see how these guys are doing. There's already level 3 Whisper Seer from Jen, and I mean, he's going for a Hunter and Feathered synergy. Is this going to work against a Warrior synergy? Is this going to beat him? Bikopi, what do you think?
It is still the issue of dealing enough damage to those warriors so that they fall down. And secondly, is the front line gonna hold up for the player here? So yeah, that Warpwood Sage needs to get to level 3 ASAP so that it will be able to tank the front line, and he needs to complete this Hunter synergy as well. So there's hope, but it's a matter of rushing to those options.
And I think Shin and Jen are going for the same pieces as well because they're both going for the feathered pieces. Oh, level 3 pieces going into
There we go.
Shin's board. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's a Warpwood Sage and a Whisper Seer. But the Abyssal Crawler falls short. It's just level 2. Maybe to get to level 3. There's a bench level 2 Abyssal Crawler right there. So maybe in the next few rounds it will get to level 3.
Yes, and that level 3 Abyssal Crawler is one of the hope that remains on Shin's side. He is banking on it, but at the same time, it's still at its soft stage. It needs to get leveled up. It needs to get the right items in able to be able to carry him throughout this game. But for now, he will take that loss as well as Jian also on the other side. But that
wow.
was a close game.
That's a close match. I was actually watching that. I'm seeing, oh, Cyril is going to lose this one. But no, that Abyssal Guard carried the whole game with that
Victory is in my
armor
sights.
reduction. And as you can see, nobody is carrying Mage. Nobody is carrying a Knight Glacier, but Exil is actually just carrying one one level 1 knight synergy. Feather Druid across the board going for Jen and one other player. But the Hunters are really popular right now, therefore diluting the pieces that are going to go into those synergies.
Too popular, probably for their own good. But I'm seeing little adjustments being done by some of the players there. They're slowly moving away, backing away from that hunter build. But is it too late? It's
I think
it's already
Zeal
round
is out.
22. Oh
I
no,
think
we have two
Zeal
players
is
out. Yeah,
out.
Seal and
That's
Shin.
Zeal and Shin, right? Top
Yep.
7 and top 6 in this match. But don't fret because there's going to be two more stages, two more rounds to play to get your points. And as we have seen in the previous group, it can still some of the players can still go up the ranks and get those points to go into the next round, into the next part of this tournament.
That is right.
Where are we watching right now?
So yeah, while the battle's going on, for the case of the players who are eliminated, I guess it's just a case of tournament jitters. You know, the round one, you get all pumped up, get excited. Probably made a couple of misplays along the way, but of course, the great news about this format is that you have 2 more rounds to come back and try to qualify on the winner side. And of course, even if you don't, it's not the end of the world. You will be just sent to the lower bracket and fight your way. There is still a chance regardless. So yeah, we are seeing. Yep.
There's a Warpwood Sage, and it's go. What happened to it? Where did it go there?
It got blown back by the new item that was featured on a new patch. I think they called it the Black Ice Lance. Basically, it knocks back any melee attacker
My hair looks
like really far, as we've seen earlier.
Yeah,
I was so surprised at how fast it got knocked back. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like there was no frames that shows him going back, and oh my gosh, Cyril, what are you doing? I'm thinking, is there a bounty that he's trying to get perfect score? Because he's really going all in at the first round, and we'll see how this match is going to go. MF on the right, going hard with that Hunter synergy. Umbra is going to get taken out. Is it going to be a battle of the Shining Archer and the Wind Archer? And no, out.
Yep. In the case of Cyril, things are just going their way. Everything, like from the other builds that being represented to him getting the right pieces, and capping off with that Rogue Guard, which will probably be his late game carry. We can probably say that he has a good grip on this game. Now the question remains about our remaining 4 players. Excelsior, are you eyeing anyone in particular?
I was actually looking at the Dwarven Sniper. If any one of the Hunter players are building up on the better Dwarven Sniper, that's the one that's going to move forward or up the ranks. And Cyril is kind of a how do you say this? Comfortable. We have seen this over the first few rounds. Nobody's taking the Warriors, and he sees the opening, and there you go. He has taken advantage and taken the opportunity and went all in early on. I mean, I've seen him from 50 gold, then he just leveled up up to level 9 just to make sure that he gets the whole 9 Warriors energy and get an early advantage.
Yeah, that's right. Meanwhile, happening here, it's Lycan, and I like what I'm seeing here. He is using the new unit, the Spider Queen, to great effect. But right now, it's gone. But it did its job. Don't worry about it. So all that's left is for the other hunters to just finish off the invading team. And yep, that's gonna be a quick win after the last Treant falls. Meanwhile, on Cyriel's side, of course, we're expecting these warriors to win, but to be honest, I'm quite surprised that very few have survived just at level 3 Abyssal Guard and one other unit. So is this a sign that the other players are raising up in power. Will Cyril be able to continue to the 20th win streak, the highest one we have seen in the tournament so far? So he might be setting some records here, and this will
Yes,
be a
right.
great boost to his name as that player. But we'll see. We'll see. It's still
Yes.
the game is still going. Yeah, anything can happen.
And I'm thinking if the first portion of Cyril's name is the first, it's likened to Saitama, the One Punch Man, Man, and because he's using the Warriors head on to this first match, 20 win streaks, man. Swordsman and Abyssal Guard already at level 3. I mean, you can put on the pirate captain a refresher orb just to make sure that the ghostly ship gets twice damage, or gets summoned twice to deal magic damage and stun the whole board. And what we're seeing here, what do you think about the other synergies that they're building, Mikopi?
For the hunters versus hunters, it's the matter of who's able to deal a lot of damage and disable. We have seen the Siren doing a lot of work against MF, and that is paying off in dividends because it's able to Wow, it sounds awkward, but it's able to disable a lot of units and win the game. But
wow.
wait, MF actually won that one.
I told you, Mikopi, I told you. It's all up to the Dwarven snipers to go against another hunter. So, as we have seen, it's a hunter x hunter matchups between the top 2, 3, and 4. But whoever brings out the better long-range minion, which is basically the dwarf sniper, if you buff that up while also blocking off the other minions that try to attack that dwarf sniper, then you're good to go.
That's right, and it's just I know it's just at the moment war is getting too strong. That once that rogue guard reaches level 2, then yeah, totally seals the game. But while we're not looking, the win streak is gone.
Yes.
Who did
Yes,
this?
God. Who did that 19 damage to Cyril? And I think our spectator mode has stopped a bit. Let's see if I can watch that match on my monitor right here, and there you go. There's a match between Glycan and Jen, and that Warpwood Sage is just too hard to handle. As you can see, he's just soaking up all the damage, right, Mikopi?
Yeah, and unfortunately,
Draw.
It's a draw. So I guess it's a win for the defending player, especially he doesn't want to deal. He doesn't want to receive any damage.
And we're seeing here, Mikopi, a block pick. There's a block pick right
Yep.
now. Can you see it? That's a
Yes.
rogue guard blocked by Glycan. Oh man.
And the great thing about this Excelsior,
Yeah.
he can actually make use of that rogue guard because he doesn't have a demon yet in his board, and right now he is in need of another good frontline. So yeah, the rogue guard is a great pick for him, enabling him to kill two birds with one stone. And yeah, hoping that Cyril doesn't grow more in power.
Forget it.
That's right.
I'll
That's
find
right.
it later.
And as we can see right here, we on the screen, that's Glycan going with the 6/6 hunter. Actually, these two top 3 and top 4 players already have a 6/6 hunter, but let's not forget that the dragon is also active on MF, and also Gers is also already maxed out with these two players. So that armor reduction is going to work against Cyril, but there's again the reflect damage, also killing off those hunter minions.
Is displaying a huge part in this, and that black hole sorta kinda missed, but well, not really. It's hitting the other warriors from the edge, but a little bit too late. I saw
Yes.
that the Dark Spirit wasn't gaining enough mana to cast the Black Hole as early as possible. So some
Yes,
repositioning might be needed there. I'm not sure. Maybe some other items might be needed, but it needs
that's
to
right.
cast a Black Hole as early as possible to counter those warriors.
And also, Mikopi, if that repositioning you said, I've seen this in the previous different tournaments that we have hosted before, and they usually single out the soul spirit, the dark spirit, so that it gets the mana and it activates the black hole. But the problem is, the black hole doesn't always hit where you want it to hit,
That's true.
right?
And that's yeah, that's true. That's a good point that you raised there. You have to reposition it well. And speaking of repositioning, we have seen we oh MF is defeated during that clash. So and he ended up in third place. Meanwhile,
And
our
Lycan,
last two players, yes,
Lycan as well is
Cyreal.
moving to top four.
Ah, that's true. Lycan also in top four. So all that remains is our two players.
Fight first.
Three level 3
Nap
units
later.
against, well, three level 3 units, but Cyreal has one more unit. He's at level 10, and we will see how this plays out. From the looks of it, Jen.
I'm kind of
considering-
curious right here, Mikopi.
Yes,
Is Jen at a disadvantage because he only has, or she only has, around 8 minions.
Oh, 8. Oh yeah, I didn't notice.
Right.
I thought Jen is at level 9, but yeah, you're right. That seems to be the case, and just left at 3 health, and not much of an economy. Jen doesn't really have options here. What he can do is, I don't know. He's in a real tough, but he did a really good job trying to get this far in second place with that build, representing Feathered and Hunters really well.
And you can see right here, Cyreal banks on that Agursis synergy. Oh, he lost to Jen. Jen was the one that broke the win streak. As we saw in that summary right there, Jen was actually the one who broke the win streak, Mikopi. We were wondering who made that 19 damage against Cyreal. And there's a
wow,
Grim Touch.
There's a Grim Touch, and are we gonna see the streak broken again? It all comes down to that
Ooh,
headshot.
there
Super
you
clutch, saving Jen and saving Jen's run, enabling him to survive into the Black Dragon King, when hopefully he will get an additional item that will allow him to counter Cyreal's army. That level 3 Dwarf Sniper really doing a lot of work, right? But we also not have to discount the Scryer that's in there. It has a lot of useful spells that will enable it, that will provide utility against the warrior matchup. But yeah, Black Dragon King round is ongoing now. Look at the life total of the Black Dragon King. It goes down super fast.
Anyone know
Yeah,
what you are thinking?
really fast, Mikopi. And I think the saving grace for Jen right now is if he or she uses the Grim Touch with the Defector. Even with the 9th minion that he has, that would be a good chance for him to to disable the warriors on the board from Cyreal's side.
Yep, that is true. And here we go, the first round of the post Black Dragon round. So do they have the item? Do they have the item upgrade? We will see how effective it will be. But it seems that Cyreal is running all over Jen's army.
Wow.
and most likely
There you
that will be it.
Anyone know?
Cyreal,
Wow.
our winner for the first round of this group. Very impressive
that's right.
performance right there on the back of 9 Warriors as well. So Excelsior, what can you say about this 9 Warriors once again? Getting a
And
good result.
we are going on a roll, Mikopi. We said, okay, he's going for warriors, and there a lot of the people, as you have stated a while ago, are going for a hunter. So that's why Cyreal felt that this is the opportunity to go to warrior mode, and he goes straight with it, even getting an early 9 warrior setup at turn 18, round 18, man. That's too early, and that's why he picked off all the minions, all the other players one by one, and he gets the top position with a win-loss ratio of 34 to very, very good for Cyril. Let's not forget the other players. MSG Gen getting top 2 with a Hunter Synergy MF as well. Lycan as well. Genesis getting the top 5. Shin getting top 6. Zeal Zeal getting top 7, and Leora getting top 8. These players are really, really vying for a spot on the winners bracket. Bikopi, what happened over that last match?
Well, everyone wanted Hunter a little bit too much, and it kind of backfired on all of them. If it were there were fewer players who went for. If there were players who went for other synergies, then they might have had a fighting chance. But it seemed like everyone was content to commit into some semblance of a Hunter build during the early stages of the match. Other than that, I guess all of them actually played to the best that they could with the options that they have. I think Dian, if given a few more rounds, would be able to build something that could counter Cyril.
Yeah, that's right.
And I guess that's the tale of the round. How about you, Excelsior? Any thoughts about this round?
I was thinking that they would hard counter the warrior build with the Grim Touch and again the Defector, just like an off synergy pick, just to counter that. And I was not seeing it. There was a Jen had a Grim Touch on his roster, and it worked quite a bit because he broke the win streak of Cyril at some point, dealing 19 damage, but it wasn't enough, and it was too little too late because he only got up to level 9, and that was a bit late for that kind of round, or that round after the Black Dragon King, where he just got into level 9. Ninth minion was not really the ninth minion was not really doing its job against Cyril, and Cyril just steamrolled all the other opponents with his warrior matchup. So, Mikopi, what do you think is going to happen in the next match?
Okay, so the results of this round all set a prelude to how our players will be approaching the next round. Again, as I've mentioned earlier, if they are somewhere at the top 4, you probably might try to experiment a little bit because we have 2 rounds remaining. If they are in the bottom 4, then they might offer something a little bit more established to try to get some points and go for a more stable result. But we'll see how it plays out. Excelsior, are you very excited about this?
Yes, I'm excited about this, and I'm going to give a fearless forecast.
Wow.
This first
Let's
one
go.
for the first one for tonight, it's going to be there's going to be a beast synergy, an assassin synergy, and a mage synergy that's going to happen next round, and of course there's going to be a goblin synergy with a wizard and a warlock synergy that's going to happen as well, probably from the ones that are already on the top position. So let's see if that's going to happen. What do you think about that fearless forecast, Pikopi?
Well, I think on my part, I'll call on a demon synergy creeping its way into the top 3 of next round. But maybe that's just my bias. We'll see how it turns out.
Okay, so those are our fearless forecasts. We're going to go on a short break before we go to round 2 of the Group C stages. You are watching the Chess Southeast Asia National Finals with me, Excelsior PH, and with me, Copy. We're going to take a short 5-minute break. See you guys in a few.
best before lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. I cry like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. I probably a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, we're such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you cry like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy.
As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back.
We are back with the Autochess Southeast Asian National Finals. This is going to be game 2 of the Group C stage. We are also going simultaneous with the Group D stage, which is not going to be on air. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. Mikopi, what do you think is going to happen in this match?
Okay, so they have seen the power of Warrior firsthand, and the big question is, are you gonna go for it? And if a lot of
Well,
players answered yes to that question, then they are faced with the same situation as the Hunter players are from the previous round. So the mind game starts here, Excelsior. How about you?
yeah,
What do you
that's
think?
right. I think they're going to hard counter it. Someone's going to mimic that kind of the synergy if it sees the light of day. Because if you see at least two of these players going with the Warrior synergy, it's going to be again really, really hard for you to get into that synergy completed as early as Cyril did with round 18 9 warrior synergy. But it's going to be, on the other hand, they're going to build counters to that because they see it as a threat. And if it ever builds up to a warrior synergy, then they're going to have that counter on hand. So let's go on to the match right now. Again, this is the second game of the Group C stage matches, the Southeast Asian National Finals. Let's see. Let's watch if Cyril will be able to continue his win streak in the games.
There's an arrow
But
with your name
again,
on it.
Mikopi, who do you
There's
think
an
will
arrow
be
with your
able,
name on it.
right off the bat, no, without even thinking about the previous game, with their history, who do you think will be performing well in this match? Yeah,
Well, we are seeing how powerful the team of MSG can be, with Jen, of course, right there at the top last game. So I'm hoping to see more action from them this time around. And how about you? Any players that stand out for you in particular?
I'm seeing also the MSG players being. I think they're being coordinated. If you come to think of it this way, if you are in a clan setup, you would
I
be
have a-
probably communicating that okay, I'm gonna build this and coordinating. You should not build this kind of a setup because I'm building this. They would have practiced that beforehand. So if they already practiced that beforehand, okay, it's like when you play basketball, you would know how to react to that kind of setup that the other player is doing. But this is unlike basketball. Auto chess has limited pieces, and you can also destroy the other player instead of just cooperating with him with your own pieces. But the way that it is like basketball, as I said, in the sense of clans, you can react to what the other player is building. So
That is
if they're
right.
building this, I will not build this because they're already building this. Therefore, giving them
My
enough
arrow
chance or
always arrives
a
on
better chance of completing their own synergy. Right? So what do you think
That is
about
right.
that analysis in the copy?
Oh, yeah, I think you have a good point there. But and yeah,
My arrow always
you
arrives
what
on
do you call
time.
this? It's great if you have a clan to practice with, and but still it doesn't prepare you for the RNG that sometimes happens in this game. Sometimes you as players you are forced into difficult spots and have to make difficult choices, and it might not work with other players. And of course, I am sure that I mean auto chess in essence is an individual game, so you're always playing with your best interests at heart. Sure, you may have teammates, but you will want to get that spot over them for sure, right?
And the clans are actually just there to foster friendship amongst the other players, Mikopi, right?
That's
And
true.
I just saw MF. I just saw MF, Mikopi, getting
Mhm.
a level 2 Skybreaker. That's actually for me a signal that it's time to build on a kind of a soft goblin synergy.
That is true. When you are given a level 2 Skybreaker, you have two options. One, of course, is to pursue the Goblin strategy, especially if you are given more pieces, but with three other players vying for the same strategy, you may want to reconsider it. The
Yeah.
other thing you can
I'm
do, okay,
listening
make
to
that
the
5 players
sea.
now. That's one, two,
Nah.
three, four,
One
5 players.
That's
The other
all
thing you
it
can do is, of
takes.
course, you can always keep the level 2 Skybreaker because it is powerful enough to bring you into the late stages of the early game without too much trouble.
That's right. And we are seeing X Zeal, Mikopi. X Zeal has actually built or actually gotten a Hell Knight, which is one of the powerful pieces that you can get early on in the game as a standalone piece, right? Without any other synergy. On its own, it's really strong.
What you pissed off is just a buck.
That is true.
What?
The Hell Knight being a demon does a lot there's additional damage when it's only the demon in your party.
Shoot
Plus,
to
it
fight
is
back.
very
My arrow
durable.
always arrives on time.
So not only does it deal a lot of damage, it's very tough too. So
Blades
it's
as
always a
sharp as
good
a crescent moon.
unit to have. And of course, if you have knights to go along with it, then I guess it's a sign that you will want to pursue knights. It also makes a great carry. So yeah, all around great unit.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And over the past few rounds, we have seen knights fallen off their steed, and this is because knights have not are not as powerful as they did as they were before.
Memorable victory.
Who's that? Is that Jen doing an open fort?
Hmm. I
I think
am not
yeah.
so sure yet,
He only
but
had
yeah,
one piece.
oh yeah, but his life is noticeably less than the others. So yeah, he might be pursuing that strategy. He also is below in terms of levels. So I guess yeah, you're probably correct. He's building up his economy at the cost of life, and we will see. I'm interested to see how this will turn out. And this is and this is what I've been mentioning before, that when you finish comfortably during your first round, you may want to experiment a bit, try new strategies during the second game. And this seems to be the route that Jen is taking. So, how about you, Excelsior? Do you have any opinions on what is it? Do you think it's a good time to do this kind of strategy?
I don't think it's a good time to do this kind of strategy. Although, if I remember correctly, in one of the invitationals, they've some of the other players have done an open fort strategy, and it worked. And this may be a time also to do that, but it's kind of risky. I'm not that kind of a risky kind of guy in terms of big tournaments. But if they are comfortable in doing that, then they can they're free to do that and to complete that kind of strategy. And you see here priest synergy from the gen to decrease the damage. How does that priest synergy work, Bikopi?
So you will. So when you're going for a lose streak, but you want to minimize your losses, priests are your best friend simply because they reduce the damage that is dealt to you from the other players. And priests are also accessible in the early stages of the game. So we are gonna go for a slight pause here while things are getting sorted out. It seems that Leora has a bug. So while we wait
I
for
think
that,
is that Leora or Exil? Yeah, Exil.
it's Exil. Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's talk about where things are heading now with their current lineups. We're seeing some priests, the usage of priests. We are seeing lots and lots of goblins. In fact, do you agree, Excelsior? I'm seeing a bit too much goblins for comfort. It reminded me of
Yeah.
the hunters last round, and it's
Right.
scaring me
That's
to be
right.
honest.
I think
What
that's
do you
right.
think about it?
They're really adjusting Mikopi to that kind of a meta, because auto chess is like that kind of meta that really adjusts or moves on for each round, and it also transcends from the previous game. So in this kind of tournament setup, you would also change your behavior as you have seen in the previous game. And one of the fearless forecasts that we said a while ago, goblin mech synergies can work with this kind of on the next round, because that way you would have a solid build, especially with the, as you said a while ago, now the Venomancer. It works really well, especially with the added Kira tribe, right, Bikopi?
Yep, and yeah, that reminds me of your forecast earlier. You are so right on that one. And yeah, what you said earlier is correct. Although I am fearing for the battle of Venomancers that will be happening shortly, unless players change their minds. But then again, of course, if you are the risk taker that you are, then go ahead, commit to the build and see how it turns out. That's also a play, right?
Yeah, that's right, that's right. And I'm afraid, again, as you said, as I said, that to do an open forward strategy, because it's really risky. It you would get the rewards of having the huge economy, while also because it now works with the priest synergy, with the priest ability, because of the decreased life deduction. But again, I really want a early pieces or early pieces. I want to see the synergies happen. I want to put them to work and to see how they fare in against the other players. So open fort is really not for me.
Yeah, you're really the type who prefers the more stable way of approaching things, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So we are resuming the game right now. It's the Rock Golem stage. This is your favorite stage, Excelsior, simply because we just wanna watch which players are a bit underpowered when it comes to their compositions.
Yeah. And I think Lycan is on a losing streak. You see that smoke coming out from their names.
Yep,
If
yep.
it's a gray smoke, that means it's a lose streak. They also gain a lot of gold as well with that lose streak.
That
MF
is
going
true.
on with that win streak. I want to see the synergies that they're playing with.
Yeah, especially for MF,
I'm
he's currently
coming
at the
out.
top, having a perfect record, and that's because it's Goblin Assassin.
That's right.
Mean- Meanwhile, of course, Lycan, having developed his economy first before his life, now has the second mover advantage of looking at what the other players are playing and choosing the synergies that aren't being played. And as it turns out, in a I guess you can call it a plot twist, it turns out to be Warrior, and he's building right
Yeah.
towards it.
And actually, two people are playing warrior right now. Nobody's playing mage. Man, I'm putting my hands up right now. Somebody, please play mage, and because that's how you're going to like have an advantage. If you play mage, in correctly, you would really just steamroll the matches. So we're seeing a lot of again goblin mech builds. We saw MF get a level 2 Skybreaker early on into the match, probably round 2, and he's reaping the rewards. We see here Genesis versus Exil. Is it going to be a draw or a win? I think it's going to be a win for Exil.
There's still 40 seconds left in that battle phase, and that bear is gonna go down soon. It doesn't help that that Reaper is 2-star, plus it has that Goblin bonus of health and regen. So
It's a
yeah,
draw.
just 3 seconds left. 2 seconds
3 seconds
left. 1
left.
second left. Can he hit it? He
Draw.
doesn't make it in time. That
Buzzer
Plague War
beater.
just one tile too far away. And yeah, that Reaper worked kind of poor in the clutch, but he technically won that one, I guess.
Show the way.
And let's point out Genesis right here. Look at his bench, Mikopi. That's actually the bench of a player wanting to finish a Goblin synergy. You see that? You see that Wizard synergy right there? That's the Herald, right? The Grand Herald.
Yep.
That's going to be a possible synergy. He just needs one more. And what's that? That's the Venomancer. That's what he needs to complete that. Plus, Grim Touch, right?
Yep, that is true. And the good news is, of course, he is only 2 units away from the complete set. The bad news is those are 4 gold units. So it might take a while before he's able to complete the whole set, but it's good that he has the foundation in place.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing again 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, just 2 into the Goblin synergy, and that's going to give them actually an advantage to go into that to that Goblin synergy. MF actually just re-rolled so many times to get those level 2 mech and goblins, right, Mikopi?
Yep, that's true. And looking back to the very first game that we had earlier this afternoon, rather this early in the evening, the top 2 players are both mech. And we have 2 mech players right now in this game. So it's high possibility that they might be the ones to take this round, but we are not sure yet because unlike the first game, the other builds are catching up real quickly to them.
Sing a song for
That's
my
right.
victory.
That's right. And
The
we are seeing that.
world's
Is that an
messed
evil
up.
knight? That's an evil
Not
knight, right?
me.
Oh, I think
That's-
knights are going to
yep.
be a thing. You see this? That's actually a
Is chaos.
Level 2
Goblin
Evil
Knight?
Knight. Yeah, I think
Yep.
it's going to be a Goblin Knight synergy. Can work. It can work. Goblin
It can.
Knight plus a Herald, plus a Wizard, probably. If it comes to that, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
That's true. And at this stage of the game, both synergies, even even when they're not fully developed, are very powerful. Knights are tough, goblins are tough. They both have the damage and the abilities, so it will work for them. And the main question there is whether or not to commit to either of those synergies later in the game. And that decision point is actually what will make or break that player in this round.
This round, but is not for you.
So
And
we are
yeah,
seeing
yep.
MF with a 10 win streak, and wow, I'm really excited about what he's using right now. And let's look at the synergies between these players. We're seeing Goblin Knights with Exil Cyril going to the top two in the previous game. It's going to be a Hunter synergy for him, and he has an
Yep.
Umbra Whispers here, and he puts the Dwarf Sniper on front for the Wolf round.
That is right, and he is also working his way to a level 3 Agrisis Ranger. So that will make a great candidate for late game carry, especially if he's able to get the ideal items for it.
My lover.
Also,
Please
that
sing
again,
a
Druid
song
Synergy
for my
working very well
victory.
with hunters. He needs that Warpwood Sage soon though, because he will be in need of a very good front line as the game goes on. But for now, they are just simply content with going through the wolf pack without too much trouble, and
Yes.
yeah, developing their builds further.
I want to see the synergy right now, and that's what we have right here. We have Cyril going for a Gersis Dwarf Hunter Druid. We see a Feathered from Shin with a full Druid synergy. He already has it, so he's going to probably we're going to be seeing in the next 5 rounds level 3 minions from Shin. Exil is going for the Goblin Knight synergy. Leora is going for that Warrior. I'm not sure if he's going to complete it because he's going against Lycan. So we are seeing a pause on the match right now. That's some technical difficulties that we're going to go through, but we're seeing synergies being formed already in the middle of the match. Mikopi, what have you seen?
So far as expected, the Goblin player is having the time of his life in the mid game. He is working towards completing the whole set already. Meanwhile,
That's right.
we have hunters again showing up, but this time not too much. So I'm expecting them to be powerful later in the game once they get their carries online. As for the rest, finally, knights are seeing a good result so far. So
Yes.
hoping for that as well. Um, for the rest, yeah, it seems everybody's doing well at this point in the game. How about you, Excelsior? Anything that catches your eye so far in this game?
I think the warriors that they're building are kind of falling through because of the early strong builds of the goblins and the hunter. I mean, they were not able to form the early warrior synergies as we have seen before, created by Cyril. So it still depends, and this is the match between the knight versus the hunter synergy,
My lover.
and the knight
Please
wins.
sing a song for my victory.
So wow, that was a good match from Exil. I mean, the reason that why the knights are surviving, Mikopi, is because it's
Mhm.
banking on the power of the goblins. At some point, probably Exil is going to switch straight into uh, full knights or glacier synergy if the goblins don't get leveled up early, right? What do you think about that, Mikopi?
Oh yeah, you are totally correct. Once the Goblin synergy did their job of cruising through the mid game along with the Knights, I guess at some point it will be time for them to go. And as you've said, he has options there. He could go Egursis You could go Knight, Agursis, and then
Yes.
Glacial. Or of course, you could go for the tried and tested dragons, especially now that there has been some changes in the dragon lineup, particularly with the Winter Chiropteran, which is now
Yes.
a dragon Agursis. So you need less units now to complete the Agursis lineup to combine with the Knights. And that makes it very
That's
powerful
right.
since all of their attacks are physical.
And I think it's going to be an exciting match because we are seeing right now um, MF still at the golden win streak. And there's already a Grim Touch. I think this is a kind of a block pick from Shin. I'm not sure if Shin was the one carrying Grim Touch, because I saw that synergy. No, it doesn't how do you say this? Doesn't mix with the other minions. That Grim Touch right there, I saw a while
That's
ago,
right.
and it's the top four are neck on neck, and they're really close to each other, and also the bottom four are really close to each other as well. So I'm seeing the top four synergies must be really working against the others. So let's
And
see.
here they are now. Yep. Finally, Assassin represented, although as a sub synergy to the Goblin. Still, that is enough to carry MF at the top of the rankings at the moment. Is Cyril and Shin both fielding feathered hunters, but with small variations, and it's serving them well. So yeah, I guess that's what we'll be looking for a while.
And that's right, Mikopi. We're looking at the match of MF versus Shin, and we're looking at that Abyssal Crawler. It's getting unchecked. It's hitting the back line really fast and getting the critical hits. So is it going to
That's
be
right.
able to kill that Whisper Seer? We'll see.
for it.
Oh my!
Oh, it is more than capable enough to kill that heavy. Did you see that attack speed reduction it did to that Whisper Seer?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, rather
It
that Warp with
was
Sage.
so
that
slow.
Yeah, it was so slow.
Right,
It
Warp with Sage.
almost can't do anything. It's like in bullet time where
My creed
you can
is
see
to
it's,
assassinate.
it's just
He was about
just
to
slowed it down
punch.
so hard. Yep.
That's right. He was about to punch, right? So it slowed down the Warp with Sage. It was hard, but again, you saw Abyssal Crawler giving that critical hits from the Assassin synergy, and we have here the little Ursa minions, neutral minions. What? Oh, Magica Crystal. I like that. I like the Magica Crystal, Mikopi. It gives me a lot of mana to work with, right? I mean, what's your favorite weapon? What's your favorite basic equipment, Mikopi?
Okay, so in terms of basic equipment, I also like the Magica Crystal, but my favorite item would be the Wooden Club. Wooden Club
Yeah.
branches
Plus 10
out to
damage,
so
right?
many useful items. Yeah, Wooden Club gives attack speed, but it branches out to so many items. You can turn it into a Frantic Mass. You can turn it into the all-important Shadow Edge. You can even turn it into an Oblivion Staff if you really need it. So overall, a very flexible item.
And that's
Yeah.
right, and that's really flexible. That's a good insight, Mikopi. But we are now focusing on Cyril, which actually has another win streak with the top two composition that he was facing a while ago. And why is this working, Mikopi? What do you think this Hunter synergy is working for Cyril?
Okay, number one is unlike the first game, there is not much contention hunters. There's just two of them. Second is that before this, the builds that can contest hunter builds in the early stages of the game are having a hard time building up as well. For example, we see some warrior builds in this game, but they are somewhere at the bottom and they haven't fully developed the synergy yet. So hunters have an easier time fighting against it. I'm more concerned about what these hunter players will be doing when they realize that they will be facing against each other. What are the
That's right.
adjustments that they will do?
And I think that's a valid question to ponder on. But we are seeing here an insectoid build. I mean, that's a unique build that's coming out from MF, insectoid assassin build. But the Genesis, we forgot to mention, Genesis was already taken out top 8 into this match, and Lycan and Leora are really kind of far from being eliminated as well. So we'll see how the game develops. This is X-Zeo versus Cyreo, and this is going to be a Glacier Night Dog. As we said a while ago, he has dropped the Goblin synergy.
That is right. Going back earlier to what you said about MF, he has pulled off the plot twist of the night by ditching the Goblin synergy in favor of pure assassin, along with some insectoids. I'm really excited how it is gonna work out for him, especially when you consider that a lot of the builds going around now rely on a good backline, and of course assassins can quickly jump to those backlines and obliterate them. However, the question comes down to whether or not the positioning of these players with vulnerable backlines will be on point.
That's right. And Mikopi, I have seen Shin with 2 level 3 minions. That's Whisper Seer and Warpwood Sage. How is that going to be helpful in his future matchups?
Okay, so by themselves, not by much, but if you leave the Whisper Seer alone, you will be flooded with treants for sure. And that's one of the things that the other players may want to avoid. As for the Warpwood Sage, you can't really do much about him. He's super tough, he's super evasive. He will stall the front line as much as he can and probably will remain as the last unit standing if everything goes wrong.
Wow.
But together,
and-
they're a good team.
And Mikopi, I'm seeing right here a warrior build, but it's kind of late and he's on a win streak, man. It's working somehow, and he has 3 dancing eggs on the bench that could be combined, right, Mikopi?
Well, the good thing about having 3 separate strange eggs is they're a bit more flexible. Because I don't think that Lycan would want to combine them first into a level 2 strange egg, simply because the ever-changing ability is very useful for completing these very rare units, these high-level units. I mean, look at his board. He wants to have that level 2 pirate captain for sure. That's what 1 egg is for. I'm guessing the other egg is for the rogue guard that's just sitting there on the side, as well as for the dark spirit that's just right beside it, right beside, also sitting pretty. So yeah, don't combine your eggs. I guess that's a good lesson. That's a good takeaway for this lineup.
Yeah, what I learned about combining the eggs is that if you combine the egg, that's basically a level 2. So if you have 2 2-star minions, that could give you a 3-star minion. But what you said, Mikopi, was actually a good insight. You can actually use it for more flexibility if it is not combined. So right now, Leora is in danger because he's now at 10 health. That could be 1 to 2 losses. But Lycan is on a win streak. Why? Because of that warrior build. A bit late, but maybe it can get you what do you call that? It can get you a win from behind, right?
That is true. Of course, our main issue with the warrior build earlier in the game was that it's incomplete yet, but now with Lycan at level 10, full level, all 9 warriors in play, it's just a matter of leveling them up, and of course making the right adjustments to counter his other opponents. Now the issue here is whether or not he will have both the economy or the life total to to see this strategy through. And from the looks of it, with that win streak, it might. But then again, I just saw his name just now. The win streak has disappeared. He has lost
Yeah.
that match. So he's still in
He's lost
dangerous
the match.
waters
Yeah.
for Lycan.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we might see Exil and MF get taken out in the next round if they lose it. I mean, if they lose really terribly.
Thunderbolt
And
not
now
very
we're looking
effective.
at
Try
MF
static
just
storm.
switched Mikopi from a Goblin synergy into that Insectoid Assassin synergy, meaning it's not really working as much as he wanted to, right?
Yep. And for good measure, he also put in a Storm Shaman for that Static Storm, hoping to silence these groups. But however, against a warrior composition, he's a bit at a disadvantage. So MF gonna take that. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Exil also losing to a level 3 Dwarf Sniper, possibly coming from Cyreal, I think.
And you can see Mikopi, this is how the game goes. MF was really dominating the first few rounds with that Goblin synergy, but when he switched to that Assassin build, it was not enough to support him to go into the later stages, and now he is taken out into the top 6 position. Exil in danger with that Knight composition, right? The Knight Glacier. So with only 1 health.
Yep. So it's just sad to see MF go. I was hoping that those assassins will be able to pull off once they get powered up a bit, but it seems that time was not on MF's side. But still, 6th place is yes, it's a decent finish. He still has 1 round to recover from it. But meanwhile, wow, did you see that? That ink splash coupled with a shooting star stunned all of
man.
Cyreal's board. However, it came in too late, but it's still nice to
Yes.
see that combination of abilities play out. It's like one of those
Yeah.
wombo combo things. It's just
Yeah,
so
it's
fun
kind
to
of a-
watch.
It's kind of too late, right, Mikopi, to see in that match. But then again, let's look at the compositions. Lycan going with the warrior, no more gold to play with, as well as Jen. But we are seeing Shin and Cyreal. Cyreal maybe getting into the top position yet again with a good hunter, Agursis, Dwarven, Druid synergy.
My family.
Wow.
It's
So-
everything on the table. Yeah.
So this was the matchup that he had with I think Jen in the previous match, right? So
That's right.
it's now going
Friendship is
unopposed, except for the composition of Lycan. So it depends if Lycan gets to develop his board as well. Then maybe he can counter Cyreal. But look at that Dwarf Sniper. That's level 3, man. That's really hard to go against.
That's right. And once again, Cyreal is up against MS Jen, the first and second place. And wow, Jen just obliterating just obliterating the board. And I think that's not Cyreal. Sorry, that was my
Yeah, okay.
mistake. But
Yeah.
that Devastator doing a lot of work for MSG Gen right there. He is also fielding a build that's similar to Cyreal, but this time he is preempting the matchup by employing a lot of AoE damage compared to what Cyreal has.
Name on it.
That's right. That's right. And we can see Cyreal losing that round, but Shin, Lycan, and Jen already, how do you say this? They're already on the gates of top 4, and the Lycan's composition really has to be beefed up to make sure that he counters Cyreal's composition. So it's Shin versus Cyreal. Let's see who wins this match.
Of course, at level 3, Dwarf Sniper will be playing a big role here, but
Oh
the
my!
X Smash goes
oh.
off, and that shooting star
Wow.
stunned everything
star.
for on Cyreal's side.
Oh,
Shin
oh
with that
my
wombo combo
gosh.
just simply obliterated.
What?
No,
A
opposing hunter
combo, man.
teams.
What?
Did you
A combo?
see that?
I saw that. I saw that, man. I think
Wow.
I thought that was a an earth shatter, but no, that was an ink splash and the skill
The shooting
of
star, yeah.
the shooting star, the shining archer. Wow, really nice. We saw it right here on the Southeast Asia National Finals, Group
That
C.
is one for the highlight clips for sure.
Yeah, that's one for the highlight reel, man. Again. Wow.
Oh no, this is
I
bad.
think
We are. Yep.
we are seeing Cyril. He's going to be dominated by Lycan. Lycan is already there. He's already there. That was Cyril's composition before on game one of this group C. So
That is true.
even
Yep.
though Mikopi, he doesn't have the 3-star minions he has, I think that's going to be it's going to be enough, and it also depends on the positioning that they're going to do. So let's see how this match goes between Lycan and Cyril.
That is right. It is Lycan with
Wow.
with the hopes of a comeback from Death's Door. With that warrior composition, we will see how well it works with Cyril. Cyril, however, seems to be having seems to have a good positioning. That level 3 Warp Sniper is still alive, doing a lot of damage, and it will kill the remnants of Lycan's army. This Doom Arbiter probably not gonna survive for long.
They are my family.
There we go. Just a little bit of damage though.
Mortal
And
words
Lycan
That's
still
right.
has some room to adjust. He has a little bit of gold. He can still do something about it.
That's
And,
right. And those dancing golden eggs right now will not be able to power up these minions. He's actually just benching that rogue guard because he knows that that the dark spirit will have a better effect with the backline minions.
That is very true. So meanwhile, both players are gonna have a moment of reprieve while they reconsider their strategies and positioning as the Black Dragon King
They are my
round
family.
finishes up. I like what Cyril did here. He spread out his units so that the engagement point against Lycan's warriors will be a bit further from his sensitive backline. But again, he moved his dwarf sniper back in place, and that might not be the best move considering that that Lycan has a dark spirit, a black hole that could possibly hit that backline all at once. So he might want a bit of a spread here. Oh, we see it now.
That's right.
There's a dwarven
Yep.
sniper on one side.
He's
We'll see how it
adjusting.
goes.
He's adjusting. So some of the points that the other players can take from this tournament, it's how you position your players or your pieces on the board. It's really important, especially in the end game. And as we can see right here, that dwarf sniper gets to pick out all those warrior pieces one by one.
Oh
I'm
no,
not sure
but
if that's
it's
going- if
falling
it's
to
going
that level
survive.
2 Berserker that Battle Fervor is doing a
Oh,
lot of
no.
work. This is going to be a close game with Lycan on the verge of making a comeback. Just a little bit more, Excelsior, I could feel it. Just one level 3
Yes.
unit for Lycan, and he might be able to do it.
Is left.
For on Cyril's
Under
case, however,
my
it is
pen.
a matter, of course, of adjustment. He still has ways to go about this matchup. He has the Tsunami Stalker on the wings, just waiting for that clutch
Yeah.
moment.
That's right. And
And it could probably turn a table around.
we're seeing the matchup right now. Look at the Ghost Kid picking off that long-range minion on the side. I saw that, man. And
Beastle Gaze going off.
the Dark Spirit is not popping off that black hole, and I think it's going
No,
to be
this is
Cyril's
dangerous
win.
for Lycan.
I think it's going to be GG. Oh, so many minions on the board, and that's going to be Cyril with another win, another top one. Wow! Did you see that? Because he got another top one, and this time with the composition that got the top 2 position in game 1. That's a good performance by Cyril, Mikopi. What do you think about? What are the pertinent points of that match?
Well, the hype. First of all, the hype is real for Cyril. He has been on a dominant run throughout this qualifier. In fact, he has never lost a game since last week in this tournament series. And yeah, look forward to this is one of the players that you will be watching But of course, I have to give a good shout out to those MSG guys. This game, they took the second, third, and fourth spots, stepping up their game
Wow.
from the previous one.
So much points.
Um,
That's
yep.
right.
So how about you, Excelsior? Anything that caught your interest during this round?
I mean, I would like to point out that MF was dominating the first few rounds. I mean, he was dominating
Right.
from round 1 to round 20 or round 19, but he fell short during the switch from Goblin to Assassins. Right? The Goblin Assassin combination would have been good, but going full Assassin in this kind of a meta doesn't work as much as it used to, because as you can see right here, he got into the top 6 position. I was expecting him to go full Goblin because it would be easier now. But then again, a lot of the Goblin early Goblin pickers dropped the Goblin off. So we also wanted to see that Exil going with that Knight Glacier synergy, and it still falls short. It has fallen from grace, and the Knights have gone off their steed and are not performing as well as they used to. So,
Yeah,
what
that's
can you
quite
say,
unfortunate.
Mikopi, with this spread?
Okay, so we are seeing Hunter dominance. The players who favored Hunter during the first game have they're on the right track, and this time it showed its result in full. It carried players and the top spots. So that's another strategy that you will want to try in this new patch of auto chess. Other than that, it's just sad to see that Goblin suddenly fell out of favor from being popular in the last, the start of the day. And right now, players are going for their own synergies, preferred synergies and strategies. I like the adaptation that happened in the next few rounds as people are faced with choices. Sometimes it didn't work, like in MF's case. Sometimes it worked, like in Lycan's case, where he shifted into that warrior build and went all in on it, and it landed him in the second place spot.
So there was a difference between Lycan's build and Leora's build, and it was more consistent on Lycan's build in terms of the warrior, and he got the top 2 position. That just shows us a snapshot of the meta right now, being showing us that the hunter and the warrior builds
Yep.
are the ones to watch out for and to counter. So let's see how the other players are going to react in the next round. What do you think are they going to do, Mikopi?
Okay, so if they have a pocket strategy on the reserve, now is the time to pull it in the third round. I for one would like to see, of course, our popular request. There's mages, but also I like to see a god synergy that has been a divinity rather synergy that we haven't seen for a while. So that could work out too. I've yet to see also the demon synergy, which means my prediction fell short. So there's that. How about you, Excelsior?
I would like to see the mage synergy and the beast synergy on the next round to work against this kind of setup. I mean, and also goblin synergy is still not off the table. It can still work, but nobody's pursuing it onto completion. So with that said, we're going to go on a short break, guys. There's going to be a 5-minute break. You are watching the Auto Chess Southeast Asia National Finals with Excelsior PH and Mikopi. We're going to go on a short 5-minute break. See you guys on round 3.
drip. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silent surroundings, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence.
Bring me water, bring me fire, reignite my senses. Give me something to look for. I know I'll make the distance then. Watch me take it over. I know I'll have the power then. Daylight's breaking, pouring over. Swallows the night whole again. In your light, and I by your side through the night. Fight with me through the shadows. Let me burn down onto the edge, like a light. Breathe me inside, breathe me out. I know I'll be stronger. Bring me water, bring me fire. I know I'll make the distance then. Catch me falling, walk beside me. Tear down the ghosts that follow me. Daylight's breaking, pouring over. Swallows the night whole again. Fight with me through the shadows. Let me burn down onto the edge, like a light. I'll run with you, come see how far we go. I promised you one day, I hope you know. Bring the fight, see the light, 'cause it brings me home.
Hi, guys. Welcome back to round 3 of the Southeast Asian National Finals of Auto Chess. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is Mikopi. Mikopi, what do you think is going to happen here at round 3 of the Group C stage?
Okay, so from the player's perspective, you have gone through 2 rounds. You already have an assessment of your position going into round 3. That will influence the decision that you will make for the rest for this round. So, are you going to play risky? Are you going to play safe?
Yeah.
It will depend on your current point standing. So that will also affect, of course, the strategies that you will be using and the units that you will be drafting. How about you, Excelsior? What can you say about the past 2 rounds that happened, and how do you think it will affect this round?
Yeah, I've seen consistency from Cyril and the MSG players, and what's lacking is that none of them are actually going forward with the solid Goblin synergy. It's solid, as we have seen in the previous tournaments and the previous Group A, and they just need to go forward with it.
I've heard
I
that
mean,
there's a place where
a lot of
witches are
players have
blinded.
actually been getting 2-star goblins, and to see them fall off and like not go with it and just sell them is really heartbreaking.
That is true. It's like you're playing I guess, an 8-player game of chicken, wherein all of you tries to go for the same synergy, and then you're all waiting to back out because if no one backs out, all of you will suffer the consequences. If not, then and if someone backs out, then the other player might gain the advantage of that synergy. So it's quite a tight rope to walk on when it comes to decision in these things. And this is what makes the mind games work and what makes this game so great to play. Isn't that right, Excelsior?
That's right, that's right. And I think Exil heard me because he's going full goblins right now. Look at all those goblin mechs. You can see a Skybreaker, a Heaven Bomber, and a Soul Breaker right there on the bench. And that's actually a strong early game. Not going to be wrong if I'm going to be saying that he's going to go with the win streak up to near round 10. So it's going to be good economy for him.
Yep, that's a very big possibility. Also, on the other side, Jen showing the early signs of going for a feathered hunter build with the units that he is currently using. So
Have you seen Gawk at 5
hopefully
o'clock?
this will work out for him. We have seen the power of feathered and hunter
Have you
units
seen Gawk at
firsthand
4 o'clock?
during the past few games, and no doubt he might probably be aiming for that. Meanwhile, MF on the right side has the 2-star
Red Axe Chief.
yeah, Red Axe
Red
Chief.
Axe Chief.
So I can safely say that he'll be having a good front line for a while until he decides to what to do with his other units.
And looking at Peregrinesis, he has a
Ichihan?
what do you call this? An opponent that has a dwarf sniper, and that actually is a good advantage. And MF will challenge that Soulbreaker, and he wins as well. So let's see how this is going to go. Exil is not defeated. And let's see. Okay.
So yeah, it seems that this one is another point to the argument of toughness winning games compared to damage. But okay, we are seeing a match pass at the moment. So while we sort this out, let's talk about what
Yes.
happened so far in the early rounds. Very interesting picks from our players. There's a bit of variety now compared to the last two games, right?
That's right, that's right. And getting an early dwarf sniper is actually a huge advantage for that player that we saw a while ago. And I mean, why is it an advantage? First, because the ultimate or the skill for the dwarf sniper basically gives you a sure shot kill for your for you,
That's
and
right.
that
That's
gives
right.
you another advantage, right? I mean, at the end of the game, some of the players switch to a frantic mask, and because the damage per second of a dwarf sniper is more of an advantage than the skill. So I mean, he can build on that if he wants to go on a hunter build. So how about you, Mikopi? What do you think is going to be built by the players here at the third game?
Yeah, we are seeing some semblance of okay. We are seeing way too many hunters again. This might be a repeat of the first game, unless players adjust. We have 4 players, half the group going the hunter route. But maybe this is because of the initial distribution of units rather than a deliberate choice. So we also have to consider that. But that only means that once again the game is open for other synergies. You can get your warriors, you can get your knights if they come to you. You can even try to field in assassins if you're aiming for a uh, to just capitalize on one synergy. We have seen assassins so far. Uh, Unfortunately, they have been to a less than ideal result But if you can get them early and you can get them powered up, then it will deliver you to a very good finish, which might be all that some of the players here needs in order to qualify in the winners bracket.
That's right.
So,
And
yep.
what we're seeing right now is a level 2 Taboo Witcher, which for me is a good minion to have in the early parts of the early to mid game, but I really want to drop it off. But because for me, it's how do you say this? It's more of a bait pick,
Disabler.
bait
Okay.
bait
Okay.
pick. I mean, it's the system gives you level 3 or a 2-star type of Witcher, but you really won't have its full value until you go into a demon synergy, Witcher
Okay.
demon synergy. So if he doesn't go into that, maybe he can drop it off. If he doesn't get a fallen Witcher, he can drop it off and find a better feathered piece for that synergy.
Okay, so while we are waiting for the match to resume, let's talk about a bit about our own auto chess live. So, have you played a few matches in this new patch?
Yeah, I've only played a few matches, and I think I'm still getting the hang of it. And I would need a bit more time because I've seen some of the good synergies in this tournament, which I would like to try out. I mean that grim touch into the shooting star from the Shining Archer really
Oh
is
yeah,
an
that
eye
combo.
opener. Wow, that's really an eye opener. The 9 warrior setup, yeah, I would go full 9 warrior because that looks really nice as well.
That's
So
true.
let's see how this goes for these players. They're starting
Okay,
off
so
right now,
yep.
going back to game.
Okay, so with their match resume, we are now we're seeing MF invade Cyreal. These two are going head to head. It seems like they are evenly matched. It's toughness against damage, but that level 2 Red Axe Chief doing a lot of work. But then again, Cyreal having also a lot of damage in store. He seems to be leaning towards Hunters again. Excelsior. So, what are your thoughts
Yeah.
on this? Do you think he'll be going for that same synergy as last game?
I think yeah, he's actually trying to do that, but he's also seeing that a lot of people are actually building on the hunter as well. So if he doesn't get that, ooh, what's a demon? He got a demon minion
Oh
right
yeah,
there. Is that
that's the
an
Hell Knight.
evil?
Yeah.
Is that an evil
Th-
knight?
Oh, that's the Hell Knight for to
Oh
complete
yeah.
the Knight synergy.
Oh yeah, that's nice synergy. That's the Hell Knight and the Evil Knight right there. But yeah, I think he's going to be benching some other synergy because he sees on the bottom part that some of the other players are getting their own hunter pieces. So if that doesn't go through as planned, he's going to probably pick another synergy, and that's a clutch finish from the Heaven Bomber. Wow.
Heaven Bomber so reliable in the early stages of the game. Those tracing missiles, especially if you can get them to level 2, will really win you a lot of clutch situations, especially with just very few units on the board at this stage of the game yet.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So let's see, Mikopi. I want to see the synergies right now and what's happening. But before that, let's go on with this match between Lycan and Jen. Lycan and Jen going on with that. Lycan going with that Egursis Hunter synergy. Jen also going with the same one, but except we can see a Heaven Bomber still going on with that finish. Man,
So reliable, even in the mirror match. If you have a Heaven Bomber in store, it could tilt the match into your favor. I also would like to point out how Lycan positioned that Heaven Bomber up front rather than at the back. This is because by itself, when it's attacking from the back line, the Heaven Bomber actually has a slow attack speed, so it generates its mana a lot slowly. So what you want it to do instead is that you place it somewhere on the front so that when it gets attacked, it also generates mana and it allows you to fire with racing missiles a lot faster and gain a lot more and get a lot more damage that way.
And looking at this match, Mikopi, we're seeing Genesis. He actually has 5 out of 6 of the Warriors. So
Oh no.
he may have a good position, but he's gonna lose this one. That Abyssal Guard is going to be taken out. It's not gonna be enough,
Live by the
right?
sword, kill by the
That's true, and
staff.
this is what I was
Launch
talking
Mark 11
about when it comes
armor.
to the early build of the Warriors. They are not that great until they reach 6th Warrior, simply because they are not able to do a lot of damage by themselves. It's good if you can get a level 2 Swordman, which would be your pseudo carry in this stage of the game. But other than that, you will just be relying on your toughness and just winning war of attrition against the other compositions. But the problem is, some of the other compositions are already fielding a lot of damage that could easily kill the warriors. So that's a problem. He will have to hang on until he gets to 6 warriors and then hopefully eventually 9 warriors.
That's right. That's right. And I would actually. Oh wow! Two, two.
2 flame
Hits.
wizards. Double
Wow,
the
2
Laguna
flame wizards.
Blades. Double
Yes,
the fun.
that's right. Oh, wow, they got taken out early. I think let's see the synergies that are happening right now. Let's see the summary. Because I'm seeing one mage synergy that's already happening between that match, but I'm also seeing still a goblin bench right here, goblin warrior bench. And I think
That is-
Shin is going to go full goblin because right now he has a herald. And
That's right,
Cyril
Shin
is
most likely.
going.
Yeah.
Cyril is going most likely for the knight build, and let's see.
Yep. So as you mentioned before, Shin totally probably wanna go for the goblin. He is setting him up. Cyril, on the other hand, is a bit more flexible with his options. There's the knight. It's half knight, half hunter, and they don't commit to each other. And wow, someone got beaten by a bunch of rocks. So that's
I think it's
always
Shin.
a good
It's
thing.
Shin.
On again?
It's Shin, man. He got beaten by the rock golems. That's not a good sign early on, especially when he has a god of war right there. That's going to be his tank. But looking at the synergies right now, we have a lot of hunters on the board. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 warrior, 2 warriors, 3 warriors. But the beast, I want to see the beast, Bikopi. I want to see it go into completion. But nobody's going to do that right now. So maybe in the future turns, we can see a beast be completed.
That's,
The beast synergy be completed.
ought to read more.
That's right. And I just want to point out this is a very interesting build for MF. He's combining a lot of high-powered units here. In fact, a lot of high-powered 4-cost units. You see a Doom Arbiter, you see a Venomancer, but you also see a Dragon Knight, and he also has the Dragon synergy in place. So this is one of the more unorthodox builds that we have seen yet, and I want to see what's the end game for this one. Will it be just Igur's Dragon? Will it be some warriors added in? But from the looks of it, he went full Igur's just now. Igur's, right? Just now.
Wow, that's a full Agursis. Man, I think, is it gonna work, Mikopi? Is it going to be effective? I mean, that dragon already activated gives you enough damage, right?
The universe is made
That's
up of
true.
protons,
On
neutrons,
paper,
electrons,
this
and
is actually very good when you're facing against high HP, high armor units, simply because just the Eggers' synergy reduces a lot of armor for the opposing team, right? And then you add the chemical rage from the Venomancer on top of that, which further reduces its armor. So you basically negated the armor advantage of, let's say, a warrior synergy, and at the same time you are dealing a lot of damage to them. So yeah, this might actually work out.
But MF actually, while you were talking, Mikopi, he switched out that Venomancer into a an Arbiter guard. Doom Arbiter.
Doom Arbiter,
Right?
yeah.
And Doom Arbiter, and then let's see if that switch will actually pay off, because on the back line you can see the dwarf sniper trying to hit everyone and also picking one of them at a time, and he's gonna lose so much HP from that one.
needs more hell screams.
That is true, but however, he is slowly building his front line, so I guess it's just a matter of it being completed, and then we will see the full strength of his unit composition. For the meantime, however, we are seeing a bunch of units for our player here. There's a Hey, I think I've seen this. I've seen this formation before, and it won the last game. So,
Yeah,
Cyriel, is this you? Yep, it's definitely
That's right.
Cyriel.
yeah.
Same positioning, same unit composition, same build. He is planning to take this all the way in the same
Yeah,
fashion
that's
that he did last round.
And I think Cyril is actually trying to bank a knight build right now. As you can see right there, we can see two Argali knights on the bench on standby, and um, that knight build is probably not going to work right now. But he's still going to go forward with that feathered with that hunter exercise build.
100
And
I see. Yep.
100
do you see anything right now,
100
Mikopi?
squats and a 10
Anything
kilometer run
worth noting?
every day.
No. It's just that yeah, I see your point in that. However, I also appreciate Cyriel's what they call this plan B, if we might put it that way. So, in case the feathered or the hunter build doesn't work out for him, remember his dwarven sniper is still a bit underpowered, and he's being carried on the back of the feather units plus the evil knight. So just having those units at his bench allows him a little bit more flexibility in case things don't turn up his way. So that's great. What do you call this? It's great planning right there.
And also, Mikopi, we can see here Genesis already at a 6 warrior synergy. I think Mikopi, what Genesis needs to do is to just build his economy. That way, he can get into the level 8 and then eventually level 9 to complete the 9 warrior synergy as early as possible.
That is right. And I just noticed it now while we were talking about the other players. Shin is now at full economy along with Lycan down the bottom. So I'm guessing they've been using the lose streak strategy in order to gain an economic advantage over the other players, and are now starting to start building their armies. But you know, it's very risky when you look at their life totals. But it might pay off big time this time around, especially considering that it's the last round. You have to pull out all the stops here and just risk it all.
What you pissed off is just
That's right. That's right. I mean, considering their previous performances, a lot they've been having a lot of points for the MSG team, but MSG Shin is actually building one of the synergies that I wanted them to build, and it's the Mage synergy. But is this synergy going to be enough? What do you think about this, Mikopi?
Okay, first of all, thank you, Shin, and let's go. And second of all, looking at Shin's unit composition just now, he needs a good front line, and a good front line. And yeah, the Ogre Mage there at the start is a good frontline unit, but it's too soft at the moment. He might need to bank more on a Spirit synergy to just try to petrify the units. However, he doesn't have access to the Thunder Spirit yet to combine with the Water Spirit, so he needs to find it fast, especially now that he's at 15 health. However, if he is able to get it and level those into a decent level, then there's a possibility that he might be able to stabilize on the back of a very strong mage composition.
Feeling about this.
That's right. That's right. And he also has a lot of level 2 minions, but we'll see if he's going to survive 2 more losses or 2 more turns. So I just want to say that he's within 2 losses range. And Exil is going into a beast, partial goblin mech, insectoids synergy as well. And I think that's a lot of level 2 or 2-star minions that we can see right now. Well, do you see
That's right.
anything that's notable right now, Mikopi?
Okay, so MF of course has that dragon synergy in check, so it's just a matter of finding the upgrade, the 2-star dragon knight, and he'll be able to stabilize well, especially now that he has that Egresis at level 2. Another notable thing that I see here is that, as you've mentioned, Exil is just 3 Skybreakers away from his level 3 Skybreaker. However, without the other parts of either Beast, Insectoid, or Goblin, the build is a bit all over the place. He has to find his core parts quickly as well. And the bad thing about it, though, is that he has quite a low economy. So he has to hang in there uh, for the meantime. Meanwhile, Lycan going with the Goblin and Assassin. So at a dangerous 32 health, I'm not sure if this is the best play, but I guess that's his best option at the moment. Especially, an argument can be made for the Goblin synergy since he has that Venomancer in check. And of course, Shin. I mean, Excelsior, we both wanted this. So we're
Yeah.
sort of kind of hoping that he makes it at least with the next few rounds.
That's right. I want to see Tortolan Elder give that wave of damage into these soft hunter minions. But again, as you have said a while ago, there's not enough. I mean, the tank is not strong enough to take all the damage for the mages to set up.
That is right. Just a good front line, and he is good to go. But right now, yep, the game has resumed. The preparation phase is coming to an end, and we will see the next match. Who will be matching up against? Who's this? Oh, it's Lycan against Leora.
Yeah, Leora is it's actually donning a 6 out of 6 full hunter synergy. Wow.
Yeah, and
And
that comes at the cost of his economy. But this lineup will enable him to go through the mid game without too much trouble, especially since he has the core parts of the units that he wants, particularly the 6/6 hunter.
I'll take you under my wing.
wow. But we can see
Strangler
we are
vines
seeing
and
looking at
deadly nightshade.
Cyril right now.
Orange is the cutest.
Cyril already banked those druid minions, and he has
Victory is in
the
my
4
sights.
4 out of 4 druid minions. That means he can get level 3 Whisper Seers and level 3 Warpwood Sage. I mean, that's all you need, right, Mikopi? You don't need the unicorn and the other pieces as well. You just need those
One
two
bullet,
to
3 targets,
build
narrow
a
focus.
strong board.
That is true, and you have to appreciate how he's doing this balancing act of building in the right units. Like, for example, if it were me, I'd be tempted to put the Razor Claw in there for that Spirit Bear, but
Don't let
instead he
anyone
opted for
know
a
what you
second
were
level
thinking.
2 Shining Archer, which is uh, which is a lot better simply because he
Victory is
knows
in
how
my
much damage the
sights.
front line can buy him,
Do not
and
touch
he
the fire
concluded
of my
that
tail.
it is better
essence
off
of my life.
fielding another damage unit on the back line rather than
I'm
another
not the
tanky unit on the
reindeer,
front line.
I'm a dragon.
That's right. That's right.
All I
And
need is my arrow always
we are
arrives on
seeing
time.
partial synergy, partial beast synergy builds right here, especially with Gen and Genesis. Genesis, and we are seeing them on
For Genesis,
top
yeah.
top 5 and 6 position. Let's see if that's going to build. Lycan is still going with that goblin synergy, especially
family.
when he has a Venomancer right there. Is that a
But
Venomancer
it
or
seems
is
like
that?
it's getting beaten. Yep, that's a Venomancer right
Oh,
there. Almost getting
almost,
beaten by the
almost.
Ogre. But of course, the trusty
Oh,
Heaven Bomber on the back, just providing all of the damage support. So yeah, and
look at this Cyril. Cyril being overly consistent with his performance. beating out I mean, getting out a level 3 or 3-star Warpwood Sage and Whispers here early on in this round. Man, this is still kind of early. Why? Because he's the only one who has these minions.
He has he has a knack for finding out which players are using which strategies so that he will be able to adjust quickly. It also helps that he managed to get a 3-star Shining Archer this early in the game, so that will provide a lot of damage as well as a good disable in the form of Shooting Star. But we will see. Apparently, Warriors is now starting to give him a hard time, but not hard enough because the last sword money will fall to the hunters. But
Yeah,
again, we
that's
are
a
seeing now
then.
somewhat chinks in the
Yeah,
armor in Cyriel's lineup. His
yeah,
front line, what didn't buy him a lot of time, I guess, because they kind of went down too quickly. So
that's right.
that maybe is something that he will want
One
to
bullet,
consider going into
three
the next few
targets,
rounds.
no problem.
That's right. And I think the Whispers here needs to be repositioned for it to summon the Treons. And we are looking right now at MF. MF is actually a sleeper build right now. He has the Dragon Knight and also the Dragon and Dragon Synergy activated. So that when the Dragon Synergy is activated, you can see that the dragons already use their skills early in the game. But MF is getting taken out by the Treons. Oh
And
my,
oh
that's so
no,
much
this
damage. 20 damage,
yeah,
man.
and 20. That's 1/5 of your total of your total health. So that's truly a lot, and that comes from Cyriel's army. And yes, you mentioned before, I'm liking this build of MF. It's just that he has to get to his level 2-star units as quickly as possible, especially for the dragons and that Dragon Knight, because the level 2
Yeah,
Dragon Knight with its
yeah.
resonance when it turns into a dragon is way powerful, and it's actually it seemingly is the carry for that kind of build.
And we're seeing, and while we were talking, Lycan, MSG Lycan was actually taken out, and
Oh
he
no.
goes to the top 8 spot with 0 points. And also, while Mikopi was talking, somebody got a helicopter, man. Did you see
This
that,
early?
Mikopi? Yeah, MF.
Wow. Oh wow. That one I didn't see. But yeah, getting a helicopter this early is well, depending on the build he's using, could be very useful. That call down is a large AoE damage spell, unlike
Yeah,
any other. So yeah, he might be able to take full advantage of it.
that's
Um,
right. That's right.
Meanwhile, yeah, we go to Cyriel. He is on his 12 win streak. Just
Man,
suffered 3 damage so far in this game. Who is this guy, and why it's
what?
unstoppable
He's
seemingly.
he
He's so
and
strong.
man, Cyril is very consistent in getting level 3 minions or full combinations before round 20. I mean, what's happening with this guy? He's getting it so consistently, and we're seeing a lot of good reactionary pieces and adjustments as well. And
So
man, that's
that
Lior. That was the last turn for Zeal.
yeah, apparently Zeal is bowing out in this round, so he'll just have to wait for the results. And but even then, it's still not the end of the road for our players, because of course there's always a lower bracket where you can mount your own comeback. But for the meantime, we are. Hey, are you seeing what I'm seeing from Shin Excelsior? That's a
Yeah.
level 2 Tortola Elder right there.
Oh wow. But I'm actually curious why that the Troll Elder is in the front line. And right, maybe it's because of the neutral minions, but it's usually put in the back line, right, Mikopi?
Yes, and for good reason too, because you want to protect it as as much as possible so that it will fire maybe one or two Kamehamehas. But the thing about it is that if you don't equip it with a mana regen item like a Magica Crystal, or you have the source for its awakening ability, then it will be very hard and it will take a lot of time to charge the Kamehameha. However, if you put it at the front line and it just takes a bit of damage with the right positioning, it will be able to fire off its ability a bit faster than usual.
But I think he's gonna get
Away again.
damage in
It's gonna
that
get
turn,
shot.
Mikopi. Yeah, right. I mean, that's so much damage for what's that, Lycan or Shin who's making
Ah,
the
that's Leora, I think. They get
Lyra,
matched.
yeah.
So you see
One
the
bullet,
glint
three
in the
to one
hunters
bullet,
of
three
Leora's
target,
eyes when
one
they see the
bullet, three
Tortola Elder
targets.
was up
No
front and not
problem.
on the back as they have feared. And yeah, it got shut down really quickly.
And deadly nightshade.
So
they just
yeah,
the
during this preparation
cutest?
phase, let's just take a look at the life totals of our players. Shin, MF, Genesis, and Jen are nearly at death's door. It's just a matter of whether they'll be able to survive being matched with hopefully one of their stronger matchups. And this isn't looking to be the case for Cyril, because those warriors, they are starting to get a lot tougher, and
Yes.
yeah, they're breaking through his front lines and they're breaking now to
There
his
you
back
go.
lines. That rogue
There
are
you
doing a lot
go.
of damage. Here
Rogue
we go,
guard.
and finally
Oh my.
the streak is broken. And again, it's on the back of those warriors. And then like last game, these warriors are seemingly strong. There's a level 3 swordman already roaming
Yeah,
around
that's right.
along with that rogue guard. So that's very dangerous.
I think that was Genesis, right? Who has the level 3 swordman and rogue guard,
Yep.
if I'm correct. And it's actually a good counter. I mean, Cyril already used that on the first game, so maybe some of the players can mimic that as well.
And it just goes to show how these players right now have a grasp, at
Wow.
least on the early meta game happening right now. So I'm sure they have tested before the tournament, with their limited time before the tournament started, and found out that okay, these strategies are the ones that work best for us. So let's go along with it. And this is very important because it sets a
They
precedence
look
for the
sick
next few
of
matches in the
living.
next 2 days.
Let's kill
Yes, that's
Seeing
right.
which builds have worked during day one, especially at this high level tournament, will surely get into the heads of everyone else who's participating. And remember, no one is eliminated yet today. They are still playing in the lower bracket. So it's interesting to see how this will influence each player's strategies moving forward until the grand finals on Sunday.
And we have seen MF getting taken out. And also the Kamehameha is
That
getting
blast though,
yeah, right. Oh
it's
wow,
getting a lot
but
of
it's not-
mileage. Oh,
almost
it's not enough.
Shin indulging us with that mage build, but it's going to be falling short of our expectation because it's not really performing, right? It's not really surviving. Why? Because there's no tank that's going to take all that damage right at the front. It's basically a pure mage build, banking on all the skills that the other mages or that the mages can bring out or can dish out.
Also, he does have some semblance of tanking in the form of the spirit synergy. That's why the
Yeah.
thunder spirit is up front. But it also I have to add to that it's I guess mage has a bit of a bad matchup
They're like
against
family.
hunters simply because the hunters, especially the level 3 sniper at the back, is dealing a lot of damage to every mage. So even if
That's right.
as long as it remains untouchable, it's very hard for the mage player to get an advantage over the hunter player. But what they can do is, you can always adjust the positioning, you can always adjust the placements, you can always use that Frostblaze Dragon and that Icebound Wall to great effect by breaking their formation and giving you the advantage.
And oh, that's what's actually happening right now. But we are seeing the rise of the warrior build from Shin's opponent. Oh wow, is that
Oh
Genesis?
no.
His stop is just a
Oh
bug.
And
wow,
with that,
Genesis is going
Genesis has eliminated Shin on the back
Shin.
of that level 3 swordman and of course that rogue guard. The two remaining units
Ladies
that
and
survive are his
gentlemen,
carries.
my
And they
personal
are,
showtime.
wow, they're giving everyone a run for their money.
And looking at the board right now, Cyril already has three three-star minions on his board,
Wow.
while everybody else is trying to catch up. Genesis actually has a 9 warrior build. That may be the Hunter Destroyer that we are going to see right here. Let's see in this matchup if Genesis will survive against Cyril.
And this is the wonderful thing that I like when I'm watching Cyril. For a while, it seemed like he is at a disadvantage, but for some reason, whenever he's matching against a supposedly bad
They're
matchup,
like family.
he finds a way out of it. And not only that, he
And
eliminates
wins.
Genesis
In
as
the
well, which is
shadows
the
to
biggest
serve the
threat at
light.
the moment to him, leaving him only
Oh
with Jen.
man.
The number 1 and number 2 of game 1 is now the number 1 and number 2 of game 3.
No,
These
wow.
two, I mean, Excelsior,
Wow.
I hope that these two develops into a great rivalry.
Yeah.
For auto chess, at least in
Over the
SEA,
next,
this is a good storyline to
yeah,
follow.
that's right. Over the next days of the Hot Chess regionals as well, right? Hopefully, if they move on forward in their winners bracket. So this is going to be kind of wait,
Oh no,
what?
Jen
Oh
is
yes!
winning.
Oh no, Jen is winning. There you go. I think it's because of the Ghost Kid.
It's the Ghost
The
Kid.
Ghost Kid.
I
The
have
Ghost
a
Kid.
bad
I
feeling
think
about-
got one of
Friendship
the
is magic.
minions. It's a Dwarven Sniper, or the Shining
right.
Archer,
You know nothing
and
about drawing
they,
edges.
they just warmed over and killed that minion.
That's
So
true. Did
you
you,
can
did you see it?
see,
It just dragged that
yeah,
unit, and then the rest of the hunter, of the warrior, the warrior
Warriors
units just
swarm.
ganged up on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's really good synergy, a really good minion to have, especially when you're dealing against hunter synergy.
Okay, so we're now going to into their next round, potentially the last one for Jen.
Oh,
if he
again!
loses
It
this.
happened again, man!
Oh
It
no!
happened again!
There's
There's the
do you see the
dwarf
dwarf sniper?
sniper.
It got, yeah, poor dwarven sniper got pulled in, got ganked by almost everybody from
Oh
Jen's team.
my.
Is this
What's
the
that
run back
behind
from the
you?
first game? Is
It's
Jen
me.
gonna get the revenge this time around? Have the turns tabled. Wait, have the tables turned.
Have the table
for,
turned.
for
Okay.
for Jen. And ironically enough,
Wait, what?
using the same build
Yeah.
that Cyril used to beat him on game 1. And what are your
You
thoughts
know,
on this,
I think-
Excelsior? This
I
is
think-
crazy.
I think Mikopi, he needs to put the dwarf sniper in the middle. Mikopi, he needs to
Whoa.
put the dwarf sniper in the middle, put the shining archer on the back line, and then then just hard counter that ghost kid, because the ghost kid
Yeah,
is the
the-
only minion that's actually dealing, or rather picking off that the DPS from Cyril's side.
That's very much correct. That's very much correct. I totally agree with that. Some adjustments to the positioning has to be made, otherwise, the same thing will happen again. And,
Again and
I'm
again,
just
right?
excited how this match will
Nothing is
turn out.
true.
This is a lot close.
Everything
This game is just super duper close.
So let's see if let's watch the ghost again if it appears. There you go. Nope.
Oh no, that ghostly
There you go.
ship is stunning a lot of.
Same. It happened again, man.
Explosions.
So a
the only true
really
art
good
form.
repositioning of the minions
No
has to be
life is
made
allowed.
for
Under
Cyril to win
my
against
pen.
MSG Gen. And also, I think he's already trying to build a grip touch. Big copy.
Yep,
so
that is
let's see
right.
how this because that assassin right there is not doing the job. It's just distracting, but it's dying early.
Oh, and look at it
So
now.
it's
The
really not
hunt,
great.
the dwarf sniper is now somewhere not at the back. However, it is at the receiving end of the Doom Arbiter's really big fist, going
Wow,
through the back line really soft. And wow, just the remainder of the Warriors simply ganged up, and that's enough for Jen to get the revenge run back match against Cyreal.
that's
Wow, what a
right. That's right.
performance by these two players.
And Mikopi, that's still another warrior build that's winning. So game one, we have a warrior build winning. Game two, we have a hunter build winning. And then game three, another warrior build winning. So maybe we can see in the next few days that the warrior build is going to be dominating the meta. So what can you say that happened in the previous match, game three? What are the pertinent points that we can watch out for? What can we can say, Mikopi?
Okay, so actually everything is so exciting that I just kind of lose track of what happened and which is which until like the last few players are playing. It's just that I'm just happy to see such high level performances from these two and from everyone. I'm at a loss for words, to be honest. I like how this storyline is developing. And I'll just pass the question back to you, Excelsior.
Yeah, man.
What's your takeaway
Yeah.
in all this?
So my takeaway in all this is that I think it was Shin who was trying to build a mage synergy, but
Oh yeah.
fell off. It was Genesis and Jen both building the warrior synergy bec- because they know it can counter the hunter synergy that Cyril is building. And with success, we have seen Jen actually hard countering Cyril. So really is the day of the warrior in this group stage. So any other points that you can say, Mikopi?
Well, it's just that you're absolutely correct. These two have, or rather, this group as a whole has set the pace of which the matches are gonna be played by in the next few days. They sort of kind of have set the meta for everyone to see and how effective it was. In the last group, it's more of everyone is being flexible and feeling out their strategies. In this group, it's the complete opposite. They gravitated towards somewhere along the semblance of these two strategies, and it just propelled them to victory, just like that.
That's right.
So
That's right. And
yeah, I
here's an
think
update,
it's a meta.
Mikopi.
Mhm.
Let's have the update of the total scores. We have first at the top place, Cyril getting 25 points at top one.
Wow.
Jen getting 21 points at top two. Lycan getting the third place at, with 12 points. Shin getting 11 points for fourth. Close fifth is MF getting 10 points. Peregrinesis getting 9 points. Leora getting 6 points, and Exil getting 5 points. So the top four for this group are Cyril and three more MSG players, Jen, Lycan, and Shin. As we have seen in the first group stage, Group A, another three more players from MSG team is going to move forward towards
Wow.
the next round or the
Good
winner's
job,
bracket, man.
MSG. Yep, yep.
So, I mean, again, Group A still has three MSG teams. Group C still has three MSG teams. Really, really good. But then the MVP of Group C, as we have seen right here, Cyril. Very consistent. 1-1-2. Wow, what a great performance from Cyril, Mikopi. I mean, from the last three matches, what was the best highlight that you have seen?
For me, it's still that Wombo combo with the shooting star and the ink slash. But other than
Yeah,
that, the decision making done by the players themselves, how they navigate through their choices and finally land into the compositions that they want, especially for Real and the other MSG players, it is just a treat to watch. And for those of you out there who are playing auto chess and probably struggling with how the strategies work, this is a great example of how to go about a your play. like a good play. How about you, Excelsior?
That's right.
Any takeaways?
That's right. We can see here at the start of the season 6 of Auto Chess with the new pieces that have been placed and also the reworks of the synergies. These players have shown us how we can play Auto Chess at a high level, as well as they have been exemplars on how to manage the pieces that you have, as well as reacting to the pieces that the other players have. So with this, we would like. Would you have any other parting words, Mikopi?
It's just that if you want a reason to go into competitive and get inspired, then this is it. This weekend, it promises a lot more action. I am hopeful that we will see a lot more strategies from these players moving forward now that they have seen their initial hand. They've revealed it. So yeah,
Yeah.
just pure excitement for me, and of course, yeah, it's just everything is just so awesome to watch. How about you, Excelsior? What's your takeaway from all this?
Yes, I'm really, really grateful that we have been graced to be casting the Southeast Asian National Finals right here by organized by ESL Asia and Auto Chess VNG. I mean, I've seen a lot of these players playing over the different tournaments, and they have been performing well. And as you can see here in the international stage, these players can handle it. They can handle the pressure. They can handle the changes. I mean, this change right here, that's very, very recent. And they have actually shown us that they can work with change as well. And that's the skill that you need to play auto chess very well. So, with that said, I would like to say goodbye for today, and we would like to see you tomorrow. This has been the Chess Southeast Asia National Finals, Day 1 with Excelsior PH and Mikopi. So, with that said, see you tomorrow. That will be goodbye for today. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.